Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Kaipara District Council's District Plan Review Briefing Day. We're beaming at you live from all across Kaipara District right now, and I hope it's good where you are. I'm Mayor Jason Smith, and I'm about to open this briefing with a karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapu pounamu te moana, hei hoa rahi ma tātou I te rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia, tātou katoa. For today's district plan review briefing, we have two of our councillors unable to be joining us this morning. That's Councillor Karen Joyce Paki and Councillor David Wills, but our other councillors are all present. So, and we have a very full agenda ahead and a great day ahead. So we're going to start cracking straight on with it with our very first item, which is about climate change adaptation, and this is going to be led by Katie Simon. Morena, Katie, come on in.
Morena, kia ora koutou. So I'm going to throw a bit of a wrench in it. This is the district plan briefing, but because there were, this is kind of the run-on effect from past August briefing delays, so I'm actually not a part of the district plan briefing. Apologies, community, to confuse everyone, but that will follow right after this item, so just letting everyone know. I will share my screen and we'll crack on. Let me just... Can everyone see that all right? Should just be showing the PowerPoint. Is that all right? Kapai. So this this briefing presentation is the second briefing in the kind of adaptive pathways series, if you will. And this is the series that's working towards a council decision on a pilot location for the community adaptation planning, the adaptive pathways work. So there's two general aims, purposes of today's briefing of the report and of the presentation, and that's to step council and the public through the process towards identifying the possible pilot location sites, and also to seek council direction on a preferred methodology for a decision on the final pilot. So there's two parts to it. One's more of an informed walkthrough, and the second's really to receive direction and feedback. I will take as little time as possible doing the talking and working through the process, because I recognize that council will probably want to fully deliberate on the preferred methodology. I also want to kind of flag that Kyle, our GIS analyst, is kind of in the wings, and he's going to be supporting and jumping in with the map. So I appreciate patience as we switch. We're going to be switching screens a little bit so he can drive the maps, and that will happen a few times. And Gail's also joining us. Gail has been supporting quite a bit, bringing in her community development and community advice and engagement expertise in this process. So she will be jumping in as needed to kind of support how this will work with community in the process. So Gail's in the wings as well. We're all here to support and make sure we've got the right information ready for council. I also want to just thank council for your patience with all of this. This wasn't intended to be a digital process at all. We were really hoping this could have been an in-person process. So I appreciate your patience with that. And I recognize that this is a lot to consider in a digital environment. So thanks for that. Yeah, that's kind of just the intro bit. So just kind of a refresher on adaptive pathways planning. This is our community adaptation planning work as a council, and this is our best practice preferred approach to community adaptation planning. And adaptive pathways planning is really a cycle, a decision-making cycle that you can see on the screen there, and you have seen this before. And it's framed around these 5 questions that will work with our communities. This is a communities-based project, process to answer these 5 questions. Will take multiple years to do this. And the idea is, if you can remember that metro kind of map that showed those different, essentially kind of train kind of, how would I say this? Yeah, the different train pathways you can take in the different stations. If you can remember that, I don't have a picture of that, apologies. But the idea is that community works to make a decision on those pathways, those preferred pathways, and lays out multiple options and multiple ways to respond and adapt in the coastal environment, and also identifies when it's a good time to switch. So what are the signals to switch? And lays out a plan on how to switch well. So it's really aiming for a low regrets, quite adaptable plan to deal with the uncertainty of climate change. So that's kind of the aim. Just a quick refresher. So that's what the project will be about. So where are we at in this process towards a decision on a pilot location? Back in September, staff presented the adaptive pathways approach and kind of stepped through that process. And now we are at identifying the potential pilot locations, and we're stepping through that. Like I said, we'll seek direction on a decision, a preferred process to make a decision. And then in November, we will, council will apply that decision process for direction on pilot location, which will then lead to November meeting a decision on the pilot location. So that's just kind of checking in on the process. So why a pilot? Different councils who are applying this adaptive pathways approach, some have done pilots, some haven't done pilots, some have jumped right into a full program. So we as a council and staff advise to start with a pilot, and we've done this for a few reasons. They're just laid out here. Really, it's around the fact that this is a new process for council. This is a new process for community. There's going to be a lot of learning along the way, as that's expected. It's also quite a resource intensive process. So, and when I say resource intensive, I mean resource intensive in terms of coordination, in terms of technical expertise from our Mana Whenua partners, and also from our community in terms of engagement and their participation in this. So we need to start with a location that allows us to provide those resources and to do the process well with what we have available, what we've committed under the LTP. So that's just kind of why are we actually starting with a pilot as opposed to just jumping full program. So the report laid out this process in 4 steps. This was the first step, which is essentially identifying the requirements for a pilot. These are probably pretty self-explanatory, so I won't go into too much detail, but essentially the first requirement is that it needs to be a place in the coastal environment that's exposed and at risk to coastal hazards, because that's the premise, the foundation of this work. So it needs to be an exposed location where the scale of that exposure means quite big impacts for that community. That community will really feel and likely be potentially negatively impacted by the increasing coastal hazards. So that's the first requirement for the pilot. The second requirement for the pilot is that it needs to be feasible. So it can't be too big or too complex. And ideally, that means we can do this and complete this in 3 years. When I say complete, I mean we'll have a community action plan within 3 years' time. So with those decisions and those pathways laid out. So that's the 2 requirements, exposure and feasibility. All right, so once requirements are set, the rest of the process is pretty much laid out in 3 steps, give or take. I've kind of summarized it. So the first step is kind of around identifying the information we needed to answer the question of where are exposed coastal communities. So where are the exposed locations in our district? There's 2 bodies of information we used to answer that. One is the coastal hazards maps that NRC released back in April. And the second is a draft coastal community adaptation profiles report. That is a long name. That report is still internal, and we will be bringing that to council soon. It's forthcoming. I'm happy to speak more on that if you need, but some of the information that was applied is laid out in the report that we pulled from that. So that helped us identify and answer where are exposed coastal communities. Then we went to, okay, so of these coastal communities, where are the project areas? So how do we define the boundaries of the potential projects? And then again, a whole variety of information was considered. I'll talk a lot more about this in a minute. That helped us define the potential adaptive pathways project boundaries. And then we went to, okay, of these project boundaries, which of these projects qualifies as a pilot. And that's, again, we went back to considering the requirements around exposure and risk and feasibility. So that's just the process in a nutshell. So first, and this is where I'll switch over to Kyle if he's able to take screen. And this is where we basically considered our coastal exposure areas. So Kyle should be switching. You did see a snapshot of it on the PowerPoint, but the map's always better. So awesome. Kia ora, Kyle, thanks. So as you can see, he's just gonna pull it up in a sec. That's the whole district.
Are we starting with our coastal risk environment?
Yeah, thank you. So that's, you did see a snapshot on this on the PowerPoint presentation, and that is available. So as you can see, the coastal risk environment is quite similar to the NRC coastal hazards maps. And he's got it zoomed out, obviously, so you can see the whole district. It's a good majority of the district. It's a good portion. I mean, we know we're quite a coastal district. But a variety of different coastal landscapes. We've got our inner harbor, we've got our exposed coastal, we've got our river and coastal interaction environments, and most of our settlements and our towns and villages are in this environment as well. So we've got a big area of our district that's exposed to coastal hazards, and this is looking out 100 years. So this incorporates those 100-year maps. So we needed to narrow this down. This is we can't just start with the whole, pretty much the majority of the district. So that led to the next step. Thanks, Kyle. We'll just do. Yeah, stop with that one. And then I will take over again. Make sure I'm doing this correctly. All right, cool. So that's what Kyle just showed. Okay, so that led to, again, what are the project areas? So how do we narrow this down? We considered a wide variety of different pieces of information, and the sources of that are listed in the report, so I won't go into that in too much detail. But we also got KDC staff input from our community. We got engagement users, and also from other KDC staff who know our communities very well. So it was a pretty robust process in terms of pulling all the information we could available to answer this. So we considered not just the coastal environment and kind of the geography of the area and the different geographical features. We also considered what the communities are like there, who's connected to who. Is essentially a bit of a spatial planning process in that way. And we considered what's the connectivity, where are our economic centers, where are key infrastructure centers or roads in terms of mobility and connectivity. And also what are the cultural aspects. So yeah, kind of the idea is that we captured and got quite a good holistic understanding of the different places. So we could take that big coastal risk environment map and break it up into different segments. Okay, Kyle, back to you. So we'll show you the next map then. And these are the adaptive pathways project areas. Thanks for your patience on the screen switching. Thanks, Kyle. Are you able to go to the one that shows also the Dargaville and surrounds and Onediri Peninsula? Kia ora, thanks. So this is the same area that you saw with the coastal risk environment, but based on that information I just showed you before, it's been broken down into 9 areas. If I'm 1, 2, 3, yeah. So we've got the whole of the West Coast as one potential project area. We also have Bailey's Beach as its own specific area, and I can talk more as to why Bailey's Beach is sitting on its own. We have, if you move over to Poto East, so we've got Poto East as one adaptive pathways project area. Then moving up, you've got Dargaville and surrounds, so that includes Awakino Point, coming over to kind of Wairoa, the west bank of the Wairoa, up into, well, yeah, from Rotorua district kind of up, so the space in between there, Mititai area, and coming inland a bit. So that whole, captures that whole area. And again, that is all the places where coastal hazards are mapped. So then again, the Rotorua is another area, and that's pretty much the Ropo drainage district right there. And then moving over, you've got Tinapoi, and we've captured the peninsula, the Tinapoi Peninsula, and moving inland a bit to capture the roads that are exposed. So that's kind of capturing all of that, including the connectivity to the State Highway to Paparoa. And then moving over, we've got Pahi Whakapiro. Those were considered as one, and extending out a bit around to Otamatea, and Batley's kind of around that point. So capturing the river there. And then moving across, we've got, we're calling it kind of the Inner Harbor Oneriri Peninsula area. It's kind of a large area, but there aren't any major settlements there. So, and then moving across, you've got Mangawhai as well. So that's the final Adaptive Pathways Project area that was considered. Of these, we then went back and asked, okay, we've got 9 potential project areas where we could run adaptive pathways decision-making cycle with these areas and the communities within these areas. Which of these communities qualifies as a pilot? So who meets the exposure requirements in terms of scale of exposure, and who meets the feasibility requirements? So not too big, not too complicated. And that's where we are left with 6 different options. So we still have the all of West Coast. We've got Bailey's Beach on its own. We've got Poto and Roporuai area, Tinapoi, and Pahi Whakapiro. So we have those 6 left as possible pilots. All of these areas meet the requirements. So this is where it comes to council to make a decision on the preferred. And I'll talk through that in just a sec. Thanks, Kyle. Kia ora. I'll switch back now. This is fun. Oh, wait. Awesome. Okay, so this is where, oh, I talked through that in a sec. Just to recap, the exposure, we used exposure assessment information from that draft technical report I referred to earlier. We have that information. We will make that available to council. We just couldn't do it at this briefing. But that is some of the information we considered to really get an understanding of the scale of exposure and allow us to compare kind of urgency around exposure between those different areas. So just a list of what we considered. Again, we will provide all of that information. So how to decide on a preferred pilot? This is a big decision, absolutely. So we as at a regional level at CAT have been working to set a series of criteria to help make that decision. So these in the green boxes you'll see, those are the 3 criteria that will help narrow down a preferred pilot location. So that's exposure again, and really that is around the exposure landscape, the scale of the impact, the risk and the urgency around coastal hazards. And then the second 2 are community readiness and relationship building required. So this is a bit more qualitative. This is really looking to what the community context is like, what's council's relationship with those communities like. I've put some examples on the right. Those are fully hypothetical. I've made those up, but they just show some of the information that council will see to help consider these criteria. So again, exposure is quite quantitative. It's numbers essentially. And we're pulling that from an exposure assessment in the coastal hazards maps. But the readiness is really around, does the community have capacity to do this 3-year project, to really participate meaningfully in this project? So are they ready to work to do this? And then the third is, does council have what's council's relationship with these communities like? Is there any relationship building required that might mean we need to do much stronger, more resource intensive pre-engagement before we can even launch into the adaptive pathways process itself? So that's what that attempts to capture. Or is the community ready? Do we have really strong working relationships with certain aspects? And obviously it's not going to be an either or. It's going to be probably somewhere in the middle with different examples for each. So that's the criteria. And this is where we need your direction. We've got the criteria, we've got the body of information that's sitting behind that council will see. but how does council want to consider that information and apply that criteria? So this is where we'll get direction for the November. It will be a workshop, the November workshop. Does council want it to be fully deliberative, just discussion based, where we present the information and the criteria and you work through discussion, ideally towards a consensus? Or do you want to do a much more structured approach where we do a multi-criteria analysis application and apply weighting to those criteria and then and consider the information and do like a scoring system? So that's much more structured. And then either one, that's what we'll apply at the November workshop for direction on a preferred pilot location, to then make for staff to present a recommendation for a decision on a pilot location. So I will, I do have an example of multi-criteria if you want to see it, but I'll wait and I'll hand it over for direction. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Katie, for this extraordinary creative moment and really significant that's immediately in front of us. Of course, I'd like to say at the very outset that it's a shame that there's only one community that gets to be the pilot, not two, but that was a choice that was made earlier. So you've sought from us, or you've provided to us this information so far, and now you're seeking direction from elected members regarding shaping the methodology, okay, for how we're going to make the decision. So we're not saying at this stage, I want it to be X community or Y community, okay? So that's still a long way down the line at this point, but we're talking about the methodology, here. So I've got a question for you. And this is to kick us off. You said that you don't want the place that is selected, if you like, to be complex or complicated. And yet, from my perspective, I'm thinking we would need our pilot to cover several bases of what is in that location. For example, government infrastructure, Māori infrastructure, community facilities, council-owned facilities, private property, so on and so on, yeah? Rather than picking a place where the exposure risk is only all with things that are have no central government ownership or no infrastructure ownership. Yeah. So, but I'm mindful of your question here, or your framing for us around complexity. So can you talk to how you're viewing that complexity list versus kind of looking at these multi-criteria? And if we're saying, well, we need a place that's got government-owned infrastructure so that they're part of the story, rather than places that have no government-owned infrastructure, which would exclude them from the story. Yeah. Could you
Absolutely happy to explain that further. Thanks for that. So I think probably the first point is that all of the pilots are going to be decently complex. I think it's more of a comparison in terms of not starting with our two largest areas that, by comparison are very complicated and very complex. So it's more of a comparison. I can use Whangarei district as an example, maybe. So Whangarei city is not going to be, it's a very complex situation. It's very great. So Whangarei district would quite likely start somewhere that's less complicated. So it's very much a comparison. So for us, Dargaville and Mangawhai are our main service centers. So it's exactly that. We're striking a good balance in our pilot of where we've got public infrastructure, probably multiple stakeholders. Our Mana Whenua partners have cultural areas of interest. They have whānau, So it's going to be complicated. We can't. That there's an interaction there with the exposure as well. So if all those different kinds of assets and community well-being aspects are exposed and at risk, it will always be complicated, but we don't want it to be overly complicated in that it extends to probably a major adaptive pathways project that could span longer than 3 years, or might require more coordination, more technical services, more engagement than we have committed to for the LTP. So that's it's finding that balance. Yeah. Does that answer your question, or hopefully help reframe it a little bit? I don't know if that's.
Yep.
But the information will be
Yes.
supplied, so you can compare and see the different elements that sit under exposure, and elements that sit under community readiness, and elements that sit under relationship building required. So you kind of see, Yep.
Okay, so I've got a further quick suggestion here. One of the different criteria that you also may want to consider is what I'll call the strategic linkages of the place. So i.e. if the place is at the end of the road, it may be different from the place being a through route to somewhere else, including, and when we're coming to consider here, that may be one of the criteria that councillors consider regarding the weighting here, because some of the places may be islands, okay, but some may actually be a road to somewhere else. So it's a different thing. I'd like that to be considered, please. We'll go with Councillor Curnow, Councillor Wilson-Collins, then Councillor Vincent to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. Obviously, there will be interest in various communities about this selection process. What is our intention with the ones that don't get selected? Are they just hung out to dry and left there, or do we have some kind of background process where we're maybe trying to fix some of the things that made it difficult to prioritize them?
Absolutely. So I didn't kind of go really big picture to bring it in, so I can zoom out big picture real quick. This is part of our climate change work program isn't going anywhere. So over this LTP cycle, we've committed to a certain amount, but this work is here to stay. So the pilot right now is just where to start. It's not saying we won't go to any other communities. We absolutely need to. So that all those areas that are exposed, all the communities exposed to coastal hazards, we recognize that there's work to do with those communities. It's more, where do we need to start? What's feasible? But we, as staff, we're definitely going to be working on a really strong communications plan around the program as a whole, so that communities can understand what went into the pilot decision, and get reassurance that this doesn't mean that there won't be work happening. And we recognize that there's still a degree of urgency. Another option might be that while we're doing the pilot, we can consider some really strong relationship building work that could be done with those communities to help us get ready. So that's always on the table. We would have to look back at our work program and the resources, but that's definitely something that's there. And this does, as a reminder, this sits under, or intersects, I should say, doesn't sit under, it intersects with the regional coastal adaptation program. So there is further work and resourcing coming in that space as well that can be directed to Kaipara and to our community. So that might not sit with the Adaptive Pathways pilot, but there's other work that will be happening, especially with our Mana Whenua partners. If there's a Māori-led or Hapu or iwi specific work, that's another possibility too. So there is a lot more coming in this space. Yeah.
Okay, that gives me a degree of comfort. I just didn't want people to feel that if they don't get selected, that's it for 5 years. No one's going to come back near them and talk to them about any of this. So we will be doing some kind of background work. Okay.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins and Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Katie. Nice to see you again. I have a couple of questions. You were asking about what type of deliberations we will hold to work out where our pilot will be. I'm really interested in the weighting aspect, because I think it's good to actually have a justifiable stance as to where we stand. But can you just explain to me first how that weighting would be developed? Who creates the weighting system?
Council would at the November workshop. So if the multi-criteria analysis approach is preferred, if that's the direction we received today, we would set up. So in the interim, we're working on building these, basically putting all the information we have on those pilots, so you can really get a good picture of what exposure is, what community readiness is, what the relationship building is, and connectivity is a massive one, Mr. Mayor, as you referred to. So what are those spatial connections? What are the relationships between other towns, between the region or the country as a whole? So it's really, situating. And once that's developed, then council will need to deliberate on the weighting and make a decision. Is exposure weighted higher than feasibility, or excuse me, community readiness and relationship building? Would you weight them equally, which might be difficult? You might want to actually do a prioritizing. So that is the deliberation that would happen at the November workshop. Yeah, that would be the first thing.
Perfect. Thank you. That just helps me understand the process better. Thank you. My second question was to do with community readiness. You said in your presentation today about the communities being ready and willing to take on this 3-year project. Is that a conversation that we're having with communities now? Will we have that information at that November deliberation, or does that happen afterwards?
So, and Gail might want to jump in. So, Gail, if you have anything to say on this one, feel free to jump in. But I think it's just, I can quickly say, process-wise, we haven't done any engagement specific to this with our communities. What we're using for our readiness are things like our spatial plan, our infrastructure strategy, our input from our community engagement advisors as well. So they have a lot of expertise and knowledge in this space. So that's what we've used. We've also done a little bit of with our people's panel. We went out to get an understanding of where people are at with climate change understanding and awareness. It was very bite-sized, so we have some information on that, but that's the only engagement specifically we've done so far around it. Gail, is there anything you would like to add on this? Or
morning, everybody. No, just to reinforce that, we haven't specifically gone, because again, we're just aware of, we don't want to set expectations up that we aren't able to fulfill at this time, specifically about climate change. So what we were doing was we pulled our knowledge about how we have worked and know our communities, just so we get an understanding of, is there an energy there, is there a level of capacity building there that might be required, or are they good to go? So understanding, like a community profile, really generically, but not specifically looking at climate action. Yeah, so that's all we've done so far. Just so that we get an understanding of who's there and where we think we would be able to start, really. If there isn't a community readiness, it doesn't mean that it can't go ahead. It just means that where we put our energies ourselves and what we need to focus on to get a community to be able to sit equally at the table with us is really important. So we needed to be able to think, right, let's capture as much knowledge as we can about them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Gail. Nice to see you too.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Atamaria, everybody. Katie, I'd just like to back the truck up a little. I just seek some clarification at the outset. Does the implementation of this program relate at all to the draft regional climate adaptation strategy? Like, is it to be inferred that we've approved of that strategy, or it's we can consider it independent of?
Kia ora, that's a good question. So no, the draft, oh gosh, Te Tai Tokoro Climate Adaptation Strategy. I need like a log of all our names that we're developing. That strategy does sit independently of this work. There is intersection in that strategy recommends adaptive pathways and says councils need to be doing really strong community-based adaptation planning work, essentially. So we are fulfilling the strategy that hasn't been passed, very much in draft, by doing this work. There is a separate body of work that's coming at the regional level, and that's that coastal adaptation program. So there'll be a much stronger intersection with that. That essentially is this work. We are just first out the gate with it, but we're going to be reinforcing what's coming. Essentially, there isn't anything where we're fully deviating, or we're basically reinforcing the best practice that as a region we're trying to get consistent on. So no, the strategy in that regard sits quite separate from this. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And I think the pilot projects are a really good way to test out new ideas and something that you haven't done before. So that's really cool. Something that I'm a bit confused by, because like when I read the document, I had a certain vision of what would be meant by a bite-sized piece that you would have a pilot project for, a lot smaller than what you've done there. Like I can understand, say, for the Ruawai Flats, that's one largely common area with a common issue. Whereas for Tunapai, I would regard that settlement of Tunapai as the focus, and it doesn't necessarily have a lot in common as a community with the people up at Hukateri or Matakohi. Similarly, or the other aspect of my querying things is I'd be interested to know from Kyle, like that west coast boundary line, I mean, how far does it extend into private property? I mean, like I just query whether there's going to be any real estate or buildings or whatever at risk along that west coast, as within where that line is. I've got some suggestions as to, like, how to redraw the thing as I could see it, but perhaps we could find that out first from Kyle.
Yeah, the full exposure area that was divvied up into the project areas was purely digitized by just a simple 1 kilometer buffer, excuse me, on the full extent of the 100-year coastal flood hazard information from the Northland Regional Council, because that kilometer is arbitrary. It's just to make sure that everything that is going to be affected will be encompassed within the polygon, within the assessment area. There'll be more, but so long as you make sure you get at least as much as you know can be effective, and then I just gave it the kilometer just for the sake of making sure, then everything, every piece, every asset and measurable sensitive receptor that will be affected will be captured by that shape.
Okay. See, I'm just thinking in terms of buy-in from those communities, or the one that we pick on, if there are people who's inside the line but outside of the risk, that could affect the success and credit uptake of the pilot project. Because it's like my alternative suggestions would be, for instance, pick, say, used to be parts of Tunapai that itself which might be at risk, but also the lower reaches of Dargaville itself that we know are already prone to a flood risk, and add a margin onto that. So that's quite real. It would also automatically include council infrastructure as well as the state highway, but if it was contained within, like inside Dargaville itself, and also of course there'd be a council building right on the edge, if not within the area of interest, to provide the resourcing needed. And another one also I would suggest could be Mangawhai, if you confine it to either, say, the village area, which is the part that's not elevated, or the likes of Alamar Crescent and surrounds, say, so that it's quite a compact area and be a lot easier to resource and perhaps draw a line around. So that's so what my thinking was, rather than have a, like particularly with these rural ones which are inside the harbour, I need to declare an interest. I'm one of those. It's where I live, but I just am struggling to get the connection, because it's like if they're encompassing multiple settlements, then I just think it might dilute the impact of the pilot. What do you think?
I understand what you're saying with regards to where we. So that was the full exposure area, the very first slide that Katie illustrated. With regards to where we chop it up for the different project areas, Katie, you might want to step in on this one a little bit more to fill it out. It was primarily based on the initial NRC assessment areas, community assessment areas, where they had done for their program that we were going to expand upon. So we wanted to make sure that we captured each of the communities on their own, but then expand it to make sure that every area that is under any sort of coastal risk in the Kaipara district was accounted for. Now, if we had have chopped it up too small, we could just keep going and potentially end up with hundreds of distinct and there would be logic to that. It would be justifiable, but then you would end up with far too many individual areas. So for the purposes of the potential pilot areas, the project areas from which a pilot will be chosen, cutting it up into, well, we chose 9, and then from there 6 of them made the criteria to be chosen as a pilot candidate. Why it wasn't divvied up a little bit smaller, I'll have to handball that one off to Katie again, just to help explain.
I'm happy to jump in. Yeah, kia ora. So through the chair, there's 2 things to consider here. We've got our coastal risk environment, the landscape. So where are our connected coastal process systems we needed to capture? And also, where are those points of connectivity? So Tinapa is actually a really great example. The exposure assessment that Kyle's referring to was the NRC based assessment, and that's under the community adaptation, that draft technical report that's coming. So Tinapa, the settlement itself was captured, but we also needed to consider, again, thinking back to connectivity, to scale, to cultural aspects. We needed to go beyond that and bigger. So you're right in that when if say, for instance, Tinapa is the preferred pilot, very hypothetical, the focus really would be around the settlement, because that's where the majority of the public infrastructure is, the majority of the built environment is. But as a part of that, we would need to, for instance, consider the road out to Matakoi. Where are those areas where the road is flooded? Because you can't just consider the Tinapa settlement, because if people can't access Tinapa, that's a problem. So we need to, we're trying to capture as much as we can that's feasible from a project point of view, and also accounts for the coastal risk environment. That's how we've set those project areas. Those project areas are absolutely not set in stone. They're just indicative. If we those might change. So what we might need to do is change those. If there's a piece of information that comes, into understanding that council brings up, say at the November workshop, that says this border needs to get adjusted because of this is how we want to set that, then we can do that. It is just indicative at this point to capture the connectivity, the scale, and the settlements themselves. Yeah.
Okay, I guess
maybe I'll just add to that, Katie, as well. As part of what we looked at was that interdependence that exists with their communities as well. So if you take, for instance, Tinapa again, if it was isolated, where is the nearest place that would also be impacted or have to support that community? Also, the process of setting up community panels, etc. If you had that too small, that becomes really hard to actually maintain and support them. So again, you're not, if we think, not just of the immediate impact it would be on, say, 10 residents, actually that's not feasible for the adaptive pathways input that we would require of those residents and everyone else round about it, whether it is the utilities companies or whatever. So we have to look at that, as well as the amount of input that would be required over what can be quite a lengthy time. So yep, we can tweak it around the edges, and we could do that absolutely with community, because again, the perspective of communities living there, working there, visiting there is as important to this as well, and they will help shape those boundaries and go, yeah, if we didn't have access to that, that would be critical, or that doesn't really impact. Yeah. So there has to be a degree of flexibility with it, I think.
Yeah, I guess my point is, and I won't belabor any further, is just that if it's not too large, it can go forward faster than if it was a larger area and you've got more diversity of interests, bit more like herding cats kind of thing, I guess. So yeah, I'll leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it reminds me, Councillor Vincent, thank you for that. It reminds me of that old saying, you know, he who travels alone travels fast, but he who travels with others travels far. And I think the challenge that we've got here is that there's a 3-year program for community engagement that's going to be quite intense, and that long journey is going to require a lot of energy from those communities and kind of sustained energy across 3 years. So just remembering that he who travels alone travels fast, but he who travels with others travels far. Thank you, Councillor Wethy. Statement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, good morning all. Katie, just looking at your criteria that you've applied here, if we go down the option of evaluation that you've suggested as a possibility. Exposure is an interesting one, because of the pilot areas that you've chosen, some of them are exposed to what I would call full effects of both the sea level rise through climate change, plus the more increasing frequency of sea storms. Now, the damage that can occur to land, property and infrastructure when you put on top of an ordinary flooding that occurs through sea level rise, either you put on top of that the physical damage through wave action is almost it extrapolates very, very quickly. And I'm just wondering whether there needs to be a consideration of another criteria, which would be risk to land, buildings and infrastructure, because if you're exposed to that massive sea action that we see both on the west and east coast as compared to the inner harbour ones, which is more sea level rise and flooding, I think that would add another dimension to ranking the potential options for the pilot. So you might think about that.
So I'm absolutely, yes, that is part of the consideration. Absolutely. You've hit the nail on the head with the different coastal risk landscapes based on those different coastal environments. So that's exactly it. And you've also pointed out, yes, the difference between our permanent sea level rise, so our permanent tidal inundation, that's that permanent land loss, versus a storm event, right? And that's where you see the wave run up, and what that looks like is quite different for our inner harbor versus, yeah, on the exposed coast, so our west coast and parts of Mungawhai, and parts of even the near the harbor mouth itself, right, where you do have quite a dynamic coastal environment. So that is considered. The coastal hazards maps also have factored that in and applied that. So the coastal hazards maps areas that were released in April factor that in as part of that process. And that is considered best practice process that's available at this point in time. But you're absolutely right. And you will see a lot more information supporting that at the November workshop, breaking that down and explaining those exposure counts and what that means in terms of risk to the built environment, to community well-being, those kinds of things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So Katie, one of the things that you asked for here was a steer on which kind of direction for you to focus your work over as we head towards the November briefing, yeah? Yes. And I'd just like to provide input that I'm thinking it should be the multi-criteria evidence-based policy decision approach that we take, rather than a more subjective approach, that being able to show all of the community about the journey that we are considering here and the evidence-based pathway that we're on as a council for that would help to build trust in our systems and the fact that we've got this, which we have got this, but nevertheless, rather than then they went into a back room and the council randomly decided this with some subjective process, you know, but actually going, no, here's this clear criteria process for the selection of the pilot here. And again, it's a shame there's only one, but because as Councillor Vincent has indicated, you know, the theories about, well, why is it not a small piece of one of our larger towns? Why is it not, in fact, our two larger towns? Why is it not this? Why are these bits being excluded? That's part of the framework of what we're trying to, how we're trying to work through this as well. So that would be my thought, is that evidence-based on this rather than subjective. Yeah. So, but I'm open to other comments from elected members on this as we're headed towards the close of this item. Councillor Turner.
I would totally support the evidence base. This is going to be contentious, and we are going to need to manage the expectations of our communities around what we can deliver and how we're going to roll this out. And I think having an evidence-based as opposed to, as the Mayor put it, a backroom decision, I think will be really helpful for our community to understand why we prioritised some, or in this case, one over others. And then if we've got that background work going on to show that the intention is to roll this out, I think that will be helpful, but we've got to go evidence-based.
Thank you. Are there any further, Councillor Wilson-Collins?
I've already indicated that, so just reminding you that I'm down with that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Weddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, I'm firmly behind the multi-criteria suggestion that Katie's put forward. I think that gives a very much more logical progression to reach the final point we want to in deciding on a pilot. So I'm supportive of that option. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a direction forming here for you, and as well in these comments from the elected members, you should be hearing some of the sensitivities around issues of scale, really, I think, and that's it, because our elected members, remember, are the most closely connected elected members in all of Northland on a numbers of souls that they represent basis. So these wonderful elected councillors are very, very close to the ground in all across the district, and that is a great strength of Kaipara District Council as against all our neighbouring councils, Aroha my neighbouring councils. But nevertheless, the nuanced and careful approach of these elected members is very, very much reflective of that close connections each has with the communities they represent. So so this is hard work for elected members in this space about communities about which everyone cares greatly, and so the evidence base here is critical. Pano, are we at the end of this item at this point? Katie, do you have enough lead here for your next steps? Yes,
I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Look, thank you for this, and thank you, Kyle, for your joining us, Kyle Middleton, for joining us on this presentation today, and the really groovy GIS maps that you've got there. Again, you know, I'm looking forward to those tools being the kind of tools that the community can ultimately get to play with on our website, you know, about being able to model and look at and tutu with these sorts of things themselves. But thank you for sharing that technology with us today. I took one of the alarming screenshots of the area in blue of Kaipara district that's going to be being affected 100 years from now. And it's a very, very large area of community being impacted. And so this work that we're starting now is part of our important responsibilities for the future. So thank you, Kyle, for your excellent input, and Gail for your community lens across this, and Katie, of course, for the policy lead in the climate change and climate change adaptation space for us. So thank you. I think we're at the end of this item right now. At this point, we're going to break for 4 minutes. We will resume at 10:30 a.m. So you got a quick refreshment break, everybody. We'll see you back here for 10:30 a.m. For continuing with the district plan review. Kia ora. Just while we're just waiting for everyone to come back and return to the meeting, I'd just like to also share that the government has today released, in the spirit of last item, the climate change adaptation item, the government has just released its national emissions reduction plan for climate change. So that's just been released today. So climate change and working towards that future is something that Kaipara District Council is very much engaged with. And of course, at our September council meeting, Kaipara District Council, you will all be aware, adopted its own emissions reduction plan and targets. So for net zero 2050. So, but that was at the end of September. So we're now already in the middle of October and we're racing on with our district plan review. So for this next item, we have Michael Day is going to lead us through our important initiating overview of the district plan review, aided by Catherine Overwater and Paul Vanders for this presentation. Thank you. And this is going to be several hours ahead. So here we go. District plan review. Here we go.
Thank you, Your Worship. And good morning, councillors. And you are right, there is a lot of material for us to try and get through today. So I'll try and whip through the first few slides pretty quickly so that we can get into the meat of the discussion. Next slide, please, Catherine. Okay, so today we're going to be introducing the first two chapters of the natural environmental values part of a district plan, which is the coastal environment and the outstanding natural landscape and features chapter, and then 7 of the general district-wide matters topics: minerals and quarrying, signage, earthworks, GMOs, temporary activities, activities on the surface of water bodies, and lights. Next slide, please, Catherine. So briefly touching on our key objectives for today, hopefully cover all the material. There is a lot of material here, as I've just mentioned, and we have an agenda for today, and I think it's really important that we stick to the agenda. If we can make up time, that's great, but I think we really have to try and stick to the agenda so that we can hopefully actually cover all topics off. The second point here is the most important point here, is that as staff, we're actually after high-level direction with regards to the topics. You know, as a direction of travel right? Are the provisions pitched about right? And hopefully the elected member team will actually start to conceptualise how the new district plan will start to look and feel. Next slide, thanks, Catherine. So as a team, we are always looking to work on how we can provide better feedback and work with elected members better. And so what we have here is a quick summary of a process, how we think our feedback or your feedback can hopefully be taken into account a bit better going forward. And so our suggested process here is that at the start, following a briefing, so today or tomorrow, staff will send the discussion documents to elected members that pertain to the next month's briefing. What we're keen for you to do is actually just focus on the key issues there, and actually if you're comfortable with the key issues, then no further action is required. If you actually think, hey, there are other issues which you're keen on raising, then please provide that feedback to myself so the team can then take that feedback into account. During the briefing, please provide feedback to staff, high-level direction, as we've discussed, and if you have any detailed feedback on provisions as well, then please provide that to me within 2 weeks, and I'll feed that back through the team. And then at the end of a briefing session, we'd like to actually have a discussion around how previous feedback is or will be taken into account in the drafting up of provisions, and or any reasons why it won't, such as legal reasons, etc., etc. Okay, next slide, please, Catherine. I don't think we need to dwell on this slide too far. We are right in the thick of our draft district plan drafting phase at the moment. So just quickly whip to the next slide, please, Catherine. Okay, next one, thanks. So here we are, round 2, or month 2, I should say, October. Here we are. Next slide, Catherine, thanks. So the intention is still to bring a draft full plan to an an April briefing next year, and then to bring the full plan to a council meeting, likely early May, to get a decision on releasing that for public feedback. That's the plan, and we're still on track at this stage. Next slide, please, Catherine. Right, I'll now pass it over to Paul to start talking through these chapters. Yes.
Michael, just before you proceed, because this is actually into the content of the rest of the day, yes?
Yes, Your Worship.
Yeah. So just before we move into that, elected members, is everybody clear about this process that Michael's described of a very fast engagement, but a rolling maul, if you like, of information flow between elected members and the staff in order to try to meet these aggressive timelines? I hope everybody's clear about that, because there's a lot that's going to be coming very fast, and over these next months.
Yes, there will be.
but the important thing here is that there are feedback loops, and there is a possibility, you see, that we will be continuing to meet in a digital environment. So how do we, if we can't have workshops with post-it notes on the wall, how do we best work through this hugely complicated and important piece of work? So I'm just seeking comfort that everyone has understood the framework that Michael's just described. Councillor Withy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess you've just touched on a point that's certainly been foremost in my mind as well, is that, with the potential that we are going to have to do a lot of online discussion within our elected member group and staff on promoting and developing this district plan, it does mean that staff are actually in a position now to actually, to some extent, drive this with less of an involvement with elected members. Now, we're the ones who are the closest to our communities. We know, we've heard, all of us have heard over the last 3 or 4 years, the groans and moans from the community about the existing district plan. So we set very clearly at the beginning, we wanted a district plan that had, certain things, like it had to be easy to understand, easily read, etc., etc. So we had that level of initial input. But now, without the ability to workshop this face to face, I see that there's a risk there that we'll end up not having the ability to influence the development of this new district plan to the extent that we originally had thought we were going to be able to do. And so I'm just posing that as a risk. I don't know how we're going to get over that, because quite honestly, online meetings such as this and briefings almost get, we're presented with a huge amount of detail. We're expected to go through that and come back. It's so difficult to actually do it in isolation. It's much easier to do in a workshop environment where you've got other elected members to bounce ideas off. So I think we are in, I guess, at risk of not ending up with the quality of a district plan that we originally had, set out to achieve. So just my thoughts on that, Mr. Mayor, but I don't know how we're going to overcome it if we continue to be restricted to online discussions on this topic.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy. That's a very, very clear start for us into this. Councillor Curnow, and I note that Councillor Vincent has provided a comment in the chat box as well, which is that he would go further. Councillor Curnow.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Are there any, other than the restrictions that we face, are there any other external issues that could impact on the process, i.e., information that we need for the district plan that's being delayed by various factors? That's a question for officers.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Yeah, and I look, I've got one to add, and it's for the item that's actually on the screen and about to be presented right now, which is a letter that that's been sent from all of the mayors and the iwi chairs of Northland and the regional council to government, requesting a slowdown regarding the requirements for the coastal. I'm going to use the coastal character headland piece in the regional policy statement, and so that is in train at present, and it's a perfect example of something that's come in and is now potentially going to slow, but it's down a rabbit hole of detail here, but potentially slowing our progress here. But Michael Day, over to you to answer Councillor Curnow's question here.
Thank you. So to answer your question, Councillor Curnow, staff have a team of consultants who have just brought on board to help us out with our drafting of a new district plan, and having them locked down in various parts of the country won't delay their outputs per se. So that's not an issue. We've already talked about the impending central government reform. That's out of our hands. We can't control that. So my view is that we carry on, we soldier on, and we do what we can in our control, because that's all we can do. Is we can work and we can control what we can control, and we'll do that.
So following on from that, because obviously, there could be issues around community engagement if we continue to have these kind of restrictions around how we interact.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, does the project have a risks and issues register that's reviewed regularly? And if not, should it?
Yes, it does. So there's an internal steering group, a strategic steering group, which meets monthly, and there's a risk register there, which we go through monthly.
Right. Okay, that gives me a degree of comfort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So I guess there's let's proceed. We're hearing there are concerns here. Councillor Vincent, I'm not sure if you want to contribute here as well, but there are concerns here in the space of the complexity of achieving this, as you've heard from Councillor Wethy, and in the space here, but also mindful of wanting to do what we set out to achieve. So Councillor Vincent, do you want to contribute to this point?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Yep, I'm on. Yeah, firstly, I think it's really important that we as elected members have the time ourselves to discuss things, however we achieve that, rather than just sit and receive presentations. And this is not a personal criticism of the staff, but just in terms of the process, we need to perhaps give some more thought to the process, how this can work, so that, we spent quite a long time as a team to evolve our view on what we wanted from our new district plan, and it was a simple and enabling plan. And I have to be blunt here and say, in my view, from what I've read over the last few days, this is not it. Okay, I found it really hard to penetrate in places, and I think I've got as much experience as anyone around the table in dealing with interpretation of district plans and reading legislation stuff. So I shudder to think how a layperson in the street would handle it. Like, what I would be concerned about if we're going down this path, if we continue to go down this path, we end up with a plan which, when it comes to public notification, people will have to employ planning consultant to look into it on their behalf to find out just how they are affected. I think that in my process, I just have to download this. While I was reading it, I thought of a couple of things in particular. Remember, there was an ad on TV for the ANZ Bank as the Yes Bank, and as in, yes, we won't lend you any money. And this could be the Yes district plan. Yes, you can't do it. So and there's some bits where I thought, particularly in that coastal environment area, where I think the simplest thing would be, it seems it's an overlay rather than a zone it and just say no to everything. It would save a whole lot of paper and a whole lot of angst. The other thing I thought about too was the Reformation. I know it's about 600 years old, but that came about as a result of Martin Luther driving a wedge between the institution of the Catholic Church and the people, in terms of perhaps the church itself was the wedge between the people and the Bible, the people and God. And with the Reformation, the intention was to take the priests out of the intercessory role so that people could communicate differently with in terms of their religion. To me, why I thought of that was because where we're headed here is that the intercessory priests would be the planning consultants in time to come. And if we could have a simpler plan, that would be better meeting the needs of our people. What I would aspire to is something small but perfectly formed, rather than perhaps at present, by comparison, we have something which is, the operative plan is large and not perfectly formed. And I appreciate that when you go through the appeals process, things get knocked a bit out of shape and so on, so the original vision isn't necessarily carried through. But as things stand, like, we really need to turn this around so that the council's will shows through, which I don't see at present. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Vincent. If I could just respond quickly. Firstly, we have to put our new plan in the National Planning Standards. That's a requirement, and that is what we will do. Secondly, what you've seen is essentially a first cut working draft of some chapters of the draft district plan. You haven't seen the whole puzzle yet. The intention, is to pull together a whole draft district plan, then engage the community on the draft district plan prior to notification. So just to reiterate, you've seen a small part of the puzzle, which is a working draft only at this stage. So don't think that what you've seen so far is the final product. It's far from that. And that's why we're after feedback at this early stage, so it can be refined and amended as we go forward.
Thank you for that, Michael. You're a good man, and I hope you don't take it as personally the comments I'm making, but I just feel I had to get these thoughts off my chest, which I've been thinking about since 3:15 this morning. It does really trouble me, and I'm conscious of the importance of, if something is accepted at any point, it will stay until there's a conscious move to shift it. And it's much easier to shift something in these early stages, which is, I guess, what I might have been a bit over the top. My apologies if I have, but I just wanted to make it quite clear how I felt about the whole deal. Actually, one other matter I meant to mention too: are we going to always not have the presence of Councillor Wills at these meetings because of the clash with his Transport Committee meetings, because he's an important person, and if we could do something about Karen's broadband, then that would be really helpful too, to have everybody on board.
Kia ora. Perhaps, Your Worship, if you don't
Mr. Maris.
mind, can I jump in here? Just regarding your last point, it's incredibly difficult to ensure there are no clashes with the NRC timetable, which is the situation with Councillor Wills today, at the Regional Transport Committee. I mean, that doesn't go all day, I understand it, so he does have the option of joining after that committee. I appreciate that there are clashes, but we are also limited in what days we can choose as well. It's unfortunate, but there's not an easy way around that as far as availability, because as soon as we move off a Wednesday, which are all full, it impacts other elected members around this table too, firstly. And as far as the broadband goes, look, we'll try and work with Karen around that. I note that she's actually talked to her external providers to see what sort of increase in service that she can get delivered to try and help her attend as well. So there are, I expect, limitations in what we can do there. Just, if I can, Your Worship, I just want to sort of talk at the really high level here. You know, we all know there's a lot of work ahead. We've been quite clear with the council that there is a lot of work ahead. We've got an extremely limited time to achieve what you've asked of us. We've agreed that we can do it, and we're trying our best. And I know the team behind the scenes are working incredibly fast and incredibly long hours to do this. I just want to point that out. I know you reflect that. I know you understand that. But there also is a heck of a lot of work for you guys, and I want to reflect that also. In what we've provided today, there is an immense amount of work. We've tried to make sure that we give you an ability to not only just provide direction at these meetings, because these are not the sole meetings that you can do. You can provide direction to us separately and your thoughts separately towards Michael, which he's indicated as well. So please don't feel like the briefing is the only way you can interact with us and interact with the process. It's really important that you go away and do your own mahi and your own understanding and provide that feedback through, and we will reflect that at the briefing following. So we're trying to get that feedback loop working for you. Digital is not the best, but it's not unmanageable. It just takes longer. So I just want to say that, and I also want to mention, to put Councillor Kuno at ease, you know, we've got the project management office now, the PMO, set up in our council for projects. This is a key project within a steering group in that, which it does assess timetable, risks, budget, all of that normal PMO stuff. So I want to give you comfort, Councillor Kuno, that that does sit with the steering group and it sits with a formal project process internally for us as well. So we are implementing your direction. If you choose something to give us direction elsewhere, we'll adjust to that. But we're trying our best to get this through. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maris. That's clear. Councillor Larson, comment. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I fully appreciate the difficult circumstances that staff are under doing this. It's really trying times, and I also agree with the comments of a couple of my colleagues that it's difficult for us too, because we're not getting to bounce ideas off each other and draw on each other's experience, which I think we need to do that. And you know, staff have provided a platform for us to have these briefings, but I think outside of that, it's up to us to actually get our heads together, and maybe staff can't be responsible for us doing our own hard yards as well when they're doing their hard yards behind the scenes. So that's just my little comment there. Just to keep things at a very high level, is the Chief Executive, Louise, online with us today, or?
Yes, I'm here,
Oh,
Councillor Larson. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I am afraid I'm going to have to leave shortly for a Northland Intersectoral Forum meeting, but I will be back again.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to come back to the sort of our sort of higher strategic aims on both sides of the organisation, which, you know, as other members have just referred to, our strategic part of our strategic vision as a elected member group was very clearly a simple and enabling district plan. And I've seen this whole process before in the previous district plan round, where we had a period of reasonably strong growth and we ended up with quite a restrictive plan. And I know there has been growth under that plan. A lot of that in the rural area has been the subdivision of the smaller lots into three smaller lots. But what's actually happening now is that there's a real shortage of supply on the market, and there's a lot of demand with all of the people wanting to get out of Auckland and what have you. I think there's real opportunity for us there. And I know that, Louise, so from a chief executive perspective, you've had strategic direction of, enabling sustainable growth and investment in the organisation. And I just think we need to, before we get too far down the track with this plan, is align our vision as elected members of having a simple and enabling plan with attracting investment and growth in the district. Because at the moment, the market's high, but the market won't always be high. And the amount of quantitative easing that's gone on around the world, a major correction is going to come, and we need a plan that's actually going to work in the highs and the lows. And just my initial, without having seen the zone rules chapters yet, what I'm starting to see in some of the stuff that we've received more recently is very restrictive and very complicated. And so I just think we're in the perfect spot now to just check whether we actually do have our district plan program aligned with those strategic goals of the organisation, or whether we're just sort of getting stuff coming in from the consultants or whatever that's copied from other places that maybe aren't what we want. I just looking in there today, and there's even restrictions on existing land uses and stuff around tables saying that if you're in A, B, C, D or E landscapes, you've got restricted discretionary activities for grazing of sheep and goats, and then another category for grazing of other stock, and what types of fences you might have, and all sorts of stuff like that. And I just think that's going to really bog us down in enormous unnecessary detail. Anyway, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Larson. So I'm not sure. Sorry. So clear comments, but I'd say officers. I'm not sure how you will process this information that we've just that the elected members have and are providing here. But there's certainly, as we're starting on this journey, there are certainly some interesting comments that are coming through. So, but we need to get on with the rest of our journey. Yeah. Mr. Maris.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Look, let's just wrap this up. Look, thank you. Yes, we're taking the feedback and we're hearing your comments. We are completely trying to adjust as we can, and we will as we go through. But we do need to go through at this stage. So, Councillor Larson, thank you for your comments. We'll have a look at that.
Thank you. So, so we'll proceed at this point into the next part of the presentation, which is with Paul Vanders, and it's regarding the coastal environment and natural character piece. And like I say, and if anybody's got any input about where the NRC request to the government and the courts about slowing this process down is, that would be an added bonus into this conversation too. Kia ora.
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. Just one aspect, and that is that our program is a little bit different than the agenda as such, and I will identify those pages that we are working on. We're going to deal with the coastal environment and natural character areas, and that is on page 60 to 70 on the agenda, and it's going to be on slides 9 to 13 if you want to follow those particular aspects. Now, before I start, we just have to remember from our previous briefing, we dealt with the strategic direction, which contains 6 elements. The first is the natural and historic environment. part of the coast is we're dealing with that. Climate change, which we started this morning with. Natural hazards, which is also part of this morning, plus additional ones. The mana whenua aspects that we are dealing with our quarterly hui with iwi, the rural area, and then the urban area. Those were the 6 topics of the strategic direction that we discussed last time. Now, from that, we started developing now the more detailed aspects. The first one is the coastal environment and natural character. In terms of the national planning standards, it is identified as a zone. Most of the local authorities have chosen to make it an overlay, and we have chosen to make it an overlay as well. And we have combined the coastal environment and the natural coastal character into one chapter to make it easier. One aspect that I also would like to mention is that we have discussions with the consent planners as well as monitoring people, and they require, as well as the developers, they require very direct and understandable provisions and rules in the district plan rather than just broad policy statements. So we are moving between these 2 particular aspects. If I had the choice, I would have no rules and only policies, but that would not work for them as such. Right, the first slide here, and I'm going to ask Kyle to show us the coastal area as they are presently in the district plan. Right, there you see the coastal environment in the district plan, and we have shown you these slides in a previous presentation on the 4th of December 2019, but this is the present divisions of the district plan. That is all within the coastal environment, with restrictions on subdivisions, restriction on buildings, etc. These were based on catchment areas with the regional policy statement, and that has all changed, and that went through a court procedure. And I'm going to ask Kyle now put on the regional policy statement coastal environment lines over this particular map. You will see the area then along the coast. It is quite reduced from what it used to be or what the coastal environment would be. If you look at the west coast, just go to the west coast, you see it's more or less the same as that it was previously. In some cases it's a little bit wider, some cases a little bit more narrow along the west coast. Kyle, if you can go to the harbour area, and there you will see there are major areas that are now not in the coastal environment anymore, but they are still part of the rural, mostly rural area, and other coastal elements like the flooding, etc., will be captured in those particular maps. Kyle, if you can go to Mangawhai and just enlarge that Mangawhai. So that is the Mangawhai map, which has been a limiting map. The green area was the coastal environment, which was quite limiting for development in that particular area. And therefore, the choice was to accept the regional policy statement, coastal environment, and make more development applicable in the coastal areas. So those are the coastal ones, and we'll come back to the policies in a moment. The next map deals with coastal character areas. While we're reducing the coastal area, we have to look at the coastal character areas. And in the regional policy statement, there's identified outstanding coastal character and high coastal character. Kyle has now identified some of these particular coastal areas, which obviously comes from the coastal marine area, from the sea, and it goes inland. Sometimes it only covers the estuary, sometimes it goes into the land. And in terms of the regional policy statement, there are particular provisions that will be applicable in those particular areas that are more stringent than are normally on the coastal environment. So those are prescribed, and we have to give effect to those from the regional policy statement. The last point on this particular aspect is what I discussed, that we decided rather than have a zone, we will have it as an overlay. So the underlying zones could be either rural, could be urban, or whatever other zone there would be applicable in those particular cases. Thank you, Kyle. If we can go back to the, Catherine, to the slides. Slide number 11. Right, now, to give effect to the coastal policy statement, the National Coastal Policy Statement or New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, as well as the Regional Policy Statement, we have been looking at 5 objectives. Looking at the coastal, and sorry, if you want to follow that in the agenda, that's on page 62 of the agenda, where it's more fully described. If you look at the coastal natural character area, that will be the, I would say, in Councillor Larson's point, would be the area that has got the most restrictions, because it has to identify and it has to preserve the coastal natural character. And as I said, it is described as outstanding or high character areas in the regional policy statement. We have not added or assessed any other areas than those that are in the coastal and the regional policy statement. The second object is to keep the coastal environment, or the quality of the coastal environment as we know the coastal areas, and not have development all along the coast, but identify those particular areas which have already been, let's call it, compromised, or development has already been taking place. The third objectives is land use and subdivisions. Where do we allow land use changes and subdivisions? We say we preserve the character of the coast. We have consistent development, only development in those compromised areas, or if there's new areas to be developed, they have to be justified. We would like to have no sprawl. With other words, we wouldn't like the whole of the East Coast to be along one, East Coast or the West Coast to be one long urban development along the coast. And we will concentrate on existing settlements. One of the reasons why we have added some land to the development in Bailey's Beach, for argument's sake. And then we'll talk later today about access, but we would like to see managed access so that the coast can be accessed by the general public. The fourth one deals with the coastal hazards, and we've been talking about that this morning quite a bit, and we have to make provision for setbacks, retreat, and these type of things in the coastal hazards. Then the last objective is dealing with Maori interest in the coastal area. We know that many of Maori land is in the coastal area, because that's the place where they landed and where they settled at first. And we have to take cognizance of the interest that Maori have in the coast, as well as the development in the coast. So those are the 5 objectives that we have identified And that is, with other words, the why do we have to look at these matters in the coastal environment. And then we get to the policies, which is the how are we going to give effect to these particular objectives, which is on page 60, at the bottom of 62 and 63 of our plan, and it is on slide number 12. Now, I'm not going to deal with each and every one of them. I realize that having 29 policies might be too much, and it is possible to consolidate some of them, as I've done on the slide already, but they have linkages with each other. The first one, obviously, is to identify the elements and illustrate why they are, why that part of the coast is important, or why the coastal character is important. If there are outstanding landscapes or natural features there, describe, identify those particular aspects and justify them. Then on the policy 5 to 8 deals with avoiding, remedy, or mitigate the adverse effect of subdivision use and development on the coastal areas. In terms of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, we have to look at those particular aspects, and those policies provide for those particular aspects. Then policy 6 to 15 deals with the development controls. So if you allow development, what are the controls that would be in those particular areas? We come to some of those rules, and we'll have a further discussion on those. Policy 16 to 17 is the enhancement of the coastal character. Those special areas in the coastline, what are we going to do in those particular areas? It could be bush. It could even be a boat shed. Those type of things. What do we do? Enhancement of that coastal character and celebrate those coastal character elements. Then policy 18 to 24 deals with the effect of earthworks and the quality of water in the coastal areas, and what do we do with wastewater and those type of things in the coastal area. Policy 25 deals with the existing use like farming, non-habitable buildings, and those type of things. That obviously is the underlying zoning that can carry on with its activities. Policy 26 deals with the Maori interest, the marae, how you deal with the marae, and that will also be part of the coastal hazard areas, and how do you deal with the interest that Maori have in the coastal area. And policy 27 to 29 deals with services such as electricity provision, strategic roads and those type of things, piping and all those type of services within the coastal environment. So those are 29 policies that are being described up to page 66 in the agenda. It might be that they can be consolidated, as I say, what I've already tried to do, but we have to make sure that we don't lose the context of those particular policies. The next slide, number 13, the slide is very simple, but if you go through the agenda on page 66 to basically 70, it identifies some of the rules that could be allowed or should be used to assess applications. Now, the first aspect is that anything that is not required a discretionary or a non-complying activity will be a permitted activity. So most of the aspects will be permitted activities, but there are certain limitations. Some of the limitations deals with, well, we all, in terms of the regional policy statement, we have to provide for rules regarding to vegetation clearance. We have to provide for rules regarding to buildings, or building heights and design, and we have to deal with earthworks. There have to be rules regarding to those particular aspects. Here we try to cascade that the normal rule would be that you can have a building higher than 8.5 meters. You come to the coast, we say, well, maybe in the coast you shouldn't have more than 2 stories, and therefore it becomes a 5.5 meter building. So it cascades down, and in the character areas, you might not want to have any buildings except for non-habitable buildings like pump houses or farm sheds and those type of things. Now, I'm not going to go through each and all of those particular rules. As I in the beginning said, if I could have a plan with only policies and not prescriptive rules, and that would be my choice, but there has to be certainty. The developers, as well as the consent planners who have to assess these, have to have some better guidelines to know what type of developments they should consider and that they should allow. So the rules are made for that particular purpose, and I take the message that maybe they are too onerous, and they might in certain cases feel if they are contradictory. I've tried to make sure that we have provisions for both the coastal area as well as the coastal character area in this particular case. I don't want to go to in the details as such, but I'm happy to answer any questions. So that is all from me at this point in time on the coastal environment and coastal character areas.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Paul. Just specifically when we get, I mean, the rules are where the rubber hits the road as such. And when we get to the rules here, and if we go back to the coastal map that you were showing before around the Kaipara Harbour, are you able to put that back up for us?
Yep, I can read.
Can you put that one back?
Yep. Do we want to look at the draft district plan coastal environment?
Whatever you're proposing for this plan, new plan.
That one.
Yeah. So, I mean, I, like a number of us here, have had a long history with this Kaipara area, and until very recent times, that was just all rural zoned farmland to a large extent, the vast majority of it. And, you know, the people that own that land are ratepayers and residents and normal people who would normally have expectations to be able to use their land. And when I read what you've got here in these proposed rules, I certainly agree with you that they're restrictive, because the permitted activity, which is what you're allowed to do without having to get permission, doesn't have any restrictions attached to it. There isn't even a permitted activity for someone to build a dwelling. And I think that's a basic human right, that if someone owns a piece of land, they should be able to erect a shelter on it. And if you go into this and say that you can only have buildings that aren't dwellings, then I think it gets really restrictive. Like, they can only maintain them under the permitted activities. They've got to go into a discretionary activity before they can, or restricted discretionary activity before they can even build a house on their own land, a shelter. So
yep, that is how the coastal environment has to be treated, and therefore it should be a discretionary activity to consider what type of building, and it describes what type of material reflectiveness could be allowed in that particular area. And that is to safeguard the coastal area.
Are you saying that that whole area on that map is required under the national policy statement that no one can, as of right, build a single house on it?
As a discretionary activity, yes, they can, but not as a permitted activity. Just to bring you back to, well, if you look at the present plan, there's far more areas that is shown for coastal. All those green areas, that's all the coastal environment that you need a resource consent if you want to build a house. So it is reduced. To take you back, both Kaipara and Whangarei appealed the coastal environment. I attended the court cases, and it was interesting is that the evidence was given in court, and both Kaipara and Whangarei then decided to accept the court's decision on where the coastal environment would be, plus the requirements in terms of the regional policy statement, how we should protect those particular areas, which are now shown as coastal areas, plus the coastal character areas, which have not been in our plan yet.
So what about areas like, out on a very peninsula, like Takahoa Bay and stuff? They must be within these areas.
Sorry, I don't know exactly where that bay is.
Most of those would need a discretionary resource consent.
So, Paul, please clarify under the operative district plan with regards to the coastal overlay that Kyle has up now.
Yep.
Do you need a resource consent to build a house currently in the coastal overlay in green in the operative district plan currently?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
As well as with and there are different requirements regarding to sizes and those type of things.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
If we could in due course know what that rule is in the operative district plan that requires that'd be great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I have a question also in a similar space. So linked with page 77 and rule number 2, or might be rule number 1, sorry, regarding discretionary activities in the same area. I'm just absolutely seeking clarification here. So someone cannot have a building that's painted black. Is that correct?
Normally it would be recessive colors that blends into the environment. In many cases that would be natural wood or painted colors that fits the coastal environment.
So I'm just trying to get clarity on what these rules mean. So you can't have a plain zinc aluminum roof that's shiny, or you can only have a plain roof that's of a light color. I'm trying to read what the rules mean.
Correct.
I know which one. Sorry, you can't have a shiny roof, or
you can't have a shiny roof. Normally it would be a recessive colors, and normally people would come and say, this is how I want to have my roof. It's green and it's not reflective, or windows and they don't reflect.
Okay, so okay, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole here, but that's really not thought through regarding climate change, because we actually need shiny roofs rather than light absorptive roofs for as part of our climate change strategy for the entire district. Everyone knows that reflective roofs actually don't absorb the heat. So that's a consideration as well. But those sorts of rules, again, Michael, back to your earlier question, that's new, yes, the reflectivity of the colours of the houses that people are only allowed to have. Is this new?
These are assessment criteria that the consent planners use when they assess building consents or resource consents.
Okay, Michael, you're on mute.
Sorry, Paul, I think the Mayor's question is, are these proposed standards in the operative plan, or are they new proposed standards?
I'll have to check that.
Through you, Your Worship, my understanding is that they are new, but I'm not sure, and I believe they have come from the Far North and Whangarei proposed plans.
Yep.
Paul.
Yep, to a great extent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curnow, then Councillor Wethy, then Councillor Vincent.
If I could just jump in on those sort of colours of housing and roof and things, they certainly came up as a design requirement as part of Plan Change 78. So they were part of the recommended design criteria for coastal overlay. So can I just ask a question around, I think we have discussed it when we discussed this coastal overlay before, but the coastal area is reducing, but the restrictions within the reduced coastal area are heightened.
Correct.
Can you pinpoint for me what are those heightened restrictions, so that as a group we can understand there's less area, but in the area you can do less?
In most cases, it deals with the building, and that deals with the building height in most cases.
Okay.
It deals with vegetation clearance, which is less than in the normal rural area and even less in the coastal character area, as well as earthworks. And we will talk about earthworks later as well, but it has got a limitation in earthworks, as well as, and the earthworks part deals with the amenity, with other words, the cut and fill of those earthworks that are important.
And noting that there will be a hierarchy of rules, with the most restrictive being in the outstanding natural character areas, then the high natural character areas, and then the general coastal overlay as well.
Correct.
And also noting that, you know, this is a working first cut draft to generate feedback, and we're having some good feedback here. So thank you.
Okay, so that's really helpful. That just for future, that just might be helpful if the report could just pinpoint at the beginning of each section the key differences between then and what we're proposing. Just helps us to sort of go, okay, so this is, yeah, less restriction there, more restriction here. Are we comfortable with that as a change? That would be helpful for me anyway. Thank you.
Great idea, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy, then Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Larson, still got his hand up. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm particularly interested in this reflectivity issue. And I just wonder, like, having just installed solar panels on my roof, I note that there is a degree of reflection from them, which is quite significant at certain angles of the sunlight. And of course, you know, everything tells us we should be putting and encouraging more and more of our residents to install, both on new buildings and on existing buildings, solar power panels. So are we actually going to make this going to be a more restrictive issue for people to install solar panels because of reflectivity? It seems as though we've got a series of mixed messages going out here.
Your Worship, the interesting one is that on the chapter that deals with energy, where we deal with solar panels, where we deal with wind farms and other forms, etc., they will take that particular aspect into account and will look at what is the reflectivity of those. And in the practical example of some of the solar farms, they have ways of reducing that, but not totally to the level that would be required in the coastal area. And that is then part of the consideration of what will be allowed.
So
I think the question's about on houses, Paul.
Yep, that was on houses as well, and there were certain designs that they say, oh, you put this in, then it has less reflectivity, but in some cases it would be still more than is identified in these particular rules, and that becomes then part of the discretionary activity where you apply your discretion, where the energy, alternative energy becomes more important, and you allow that.
So just to follow on from there, Paul, you know, what you're saying and what I'm hearing coming from this is in the coastal environment, things are getting very restricted. Now, if you've got an individual wanting to build a house on their land and they come up with a design, fully architecturally spec'd, and they come along and council says, no, I'm sorry, that cladding doesn't meet our criteria and we won't give you a resource consent until you use one of these claddings. Okay, then go down the track. Currently in New Zealand, there are a number of major court cases in progress about cladding failures by different claddings. I can name them actually because I was involved with some of these years and years and years ago. If we've directed a resident from putting in their proposed cladding for reasons in the district plan and direct them to claddings that then fail, then where does our potential liability stand as a council to that individual who then has a problem of recladding a home that has already been, would have not have been necessarily at risk of failure had they put in the cladding they originally had proposed? Have you checked that legal aspect out?
Normally what happens is that the applicant comes and has suggestions and proposals on the cladding. We won't prescribe a product.
But you will stop them putting ones in until they come up with one that you have got a tick beside.
If it's acceptable, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, just going back to the beginning of your presentation, Paul, you mentioned that we had decided to go the overlay way rather than providing a firm line with a zone. I don't recall that. When did we decide that?
No, that is the staff we have considered those particular aspects, and I'm putting it today that is our recommendation, that we use an overlay rather than a zone. For the simple reason, if we choose it as a zone, then all the rural rules, etc., would have to be replicated in that particular zone. And we have had several councils that debate the same thing, and it was easier to have it as an overlay rather than a zone.
Yeah, because I'm a bit concerned there with it might be outstanding natural features or landscapes where I counted up to, I think, 40 something matters to be considered in an application without, and then just relating to the overlay part, and then add on the objectives, policies, rules, assessment criteria relating to the underlying zoning. You might well be approaching 75 things that you need to consider, a lot of which I would think are overlapping, to get to the point of a decision. And this is of quite a concern to me. I would have thought it would be simpler if we did make it a hard line. People would know where they stand. I'm thinking from the perspective of the landowner's concern, and it might be within that zone there are subzones or whatever, but at least it's more cut and dried, and there's one lot of criteria to be considered rather than several. So what's your thought about that?
Could I jump
Interesting.
on?
In Whangarei, when I was in Whangarei, we had a zone, a rural zone, a countryside, a rural countryside zone, coastal zone, but it was a replication of both zones, plus additional requirements in the coastal overlay or in the coastal zone. It was then decided and the practical implication was that it was easier to have a coastal overlay over the rural area and over the coastal villages, rather than describing the full set of policies, objectives, and rules in a coastal zone.
Okay, well,
Can I-
thanks
can-
for that.
can I just-
Okay, away you go, Catherine.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to add there. I think this was a dilemma for Paul and I, because the national planning standards direct that we need to use a zone, and we toiled with the idea of the zone and how that might look in terms of activities. And so when we weighed up, the rural zone versus the coastal zone, there's actually not that many differentiations. And I've experienced that with Waikato, conversely to Paul's example in Whangarei, where the zone actually didn't achieve anything different other than a couple of objectives and policies that are in addition to the rural zone. So we came to the conclusion that putting forward the overlay is actually an easier mechanism, especially when you've got farms potentially split in half by two zones. It doesn't really make sense to do that. Using the overlay as a tool means you can then look at those areas in particular. So thinking about the consenting aspects that go hand in hand with this, there are so many ways you can slice and dice this, and there's no, the national planning standards say use a zone, but we just didn't think that was quite the right approach here. But I mean, we're obviously taking direction from elected members today. So if you feel that a zone is more appropriate, I just thought I'd add some context to the fact that we did debate ourselves which is the right way to go here, and obviously replicating those rural rules across to the coastal environment. So yeah, just something to consider there.
Yes, I'm learning something new there. I thought that the national planning standards were mandatory, and yet you exercise some discretion. I'm pleased to hear that they're open to having some discretion applied to them. There might be other places where we could take that approach as well. But I would like to have the opportunity to have a think about that rather than just assume, and I don't know what my colleagues think as to whether having overlays is a good idea or not. So that's that first bit. Now regarding, so I'll park that one, regarding the NRC policy, regional policy statement, to what extent are we duplicating what they have, or is it just that it goes as far as policy and it needs rules to complete the set which we have to come up with? So if you could clarify that. And also in that general frame of reference too, just was a question I would have heard right back at the very beginning of this presentation. Like there's lots of stuff that you've included for us to provide context in terms of whether national policy statements, whether regional policy statements, legislation and so on. Is it your intention to include those in the plan, or maybe just refer to them, hyperlink to them, or not refer to them at all?
so that will sit in the Section 32 reports, all of that
All right.
information. So
Yep.
that was really just to give you guys some context. So we weren't just providing the provisions.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
hopefully that was helpful context.
Yep. So, but the intention is, in terms of our new plan, that they wouldn't be cluttering up the document.
That's
Definitely
correct.
not.
That's correct.
Definitely
Thank
not.
you for that. Well, a specific one relating to policy 16 under the, I'm not sure what page we're at, which talk, oh, sorry, I got two mice here and they're not all behaving.
Mouses.
Okay, yes. The policy statement 16, I think that it's talking about opportunities for environmental enhancement.
So you're on page 64, 65.
Yes, yep.
64 at the bottom.
Yeah, yep. Now, also, it had occurred to me that could have gone at the bottom of policy 8, as you got some criteria there, or other, having regard to about 8 different things, and you could include it with that as having regard to the opportunities for environmental enhancement. If not, then as a further aspect, you've listed under policy 16 5 different things. Now, to me, you could either just not list those things because to give more discretion at identifying opportunities for environmental enhancements. Alternatively, you could state them as examples so that there's more discretion and opportunity for innovation and new ideas. That's quite a detailed one.
No, I agree with that. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. I just had a look on the current district plan, and what I'm finding is, by way of comment, is that what we have in front of us is a lot of work in terms of putting together a new document in sort of like a rewrite form, and some of it may be extracted from the current district plan, although it sounds like some of it's taken from other proposed district plans. And I guess the difficulty that I'm having is following what we're changing from the current plan to the new plan, given that we're doing a review. And so I'm trying to track back into the operative district plan to see what we're changing. I've found the rule that I was talking to before. If I can just figure out how to share that. One moment.
So while Councillor Larson does it, I think it's a good idea that I think it was the Deputy Mayor's suggestion, and staff will try and demonstrate the difference between the operative plan rules and the proposed rules as we go forward. But that's a very good idea.
So I won't hold you up too much here, but I've gone through the operative plan whilst we've been having this conversation, because I was told before that there wasn't a permitted activity for building a new dwelling in the coastal environment because it wasn't allowed. And I can't find anywhere in the operative district plan where it says that, and I might be looking in the wrong place, but so if I go to the zone chapters in the operative district plan, and here I've gone to the rural chapter, I've also looked at the residential and industrial and commercial. The rules quite clearly say that building a dwelling is a permitted activity. It doesn't say it's not a permitted activity. It's a permitted activity. It's not in a coastal environment or anything.
Councillor Larson,
Yep.
in the plan, I'm sorry, I
Yes.
can't see that because it's too small, but there is the coastal overlay area. So you just want to make sure you're not just in the rural zone chapter alone, because there are rules that are prescribed for the coastal overlay. So Paul, are you able to direct? I can just see. Sorry, I've even got my glasses on, but I'm really struggling to read that. So I can always look up on my screen here. But Paul, have you?
So is there a chapter? called the coastal overlay chapter that has rules in it? If there is, what chapter of the plan is it?
It's throughout the whole plan.
Mm.
If it's in the coastal, then this applies. If it's not in the coastal, that applies. So it's scattered through the whole plan.
And that shows the complexity of the current plan.
Well, no, but let's just stay with that then. So here is the rule for dwellings in the rural zone. There isn't a rule for dwellings in the rural zone that are in the coastal environment. There's only the rule for dwellings in the rural zone, and then there is another rule over the page, which is an addition, which is erection and alteration of buildings within that outstanding natural landscape, which adds more restrictive requirements, but also for a permitted activity.
So in the criteria on the side there, I'm just reading half of it, but it does refer to if located within an overlay.
Yep.
Chapter 4. So it, while it says it's a permitted activity, so that's stipulating the density, but it does refer to a different density if you're in an overlay area. And then if you come to the activity, the list of the criteria, I think it's number 6.
I've
if
read
located
that.
within an overlay, the extent for overlays chapter 4 are something compatible with those values.
Yeah,
so
they are the assessment criteria for the discretionary activity where the activity isn't permitted by the performance standards on the left-hand side. So if you go to rule 12.10.3a, construction of a dwelling is a permitted activity if after completion it will be the only dwelling on the site, or, and then you go into these other things. So if you pass rule 12.10.3a, part A, you can build your house in the coastal environment without a resource consent as a permitted activity.
Paul, have you got the rules to hand?
No, I'm sitting with a laptop screen.
Oh,
so
you've only got one screen, so okay, that's all right.
In the interest of time, I do think we should carry on. Staff will take this into account. Thank you, Councillor Larson, and we'll look into it. It's great feedback. Thank you. I do suggest that we carry on because there's a lot more work to go through today.
Thank you.
Very clear though, Councillor Larson. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Just trying to sort of helicopter back up out of the swamp here. In terms of the user, so I'm trying to think, yes, for us, we don't have to copy the rural rules into a coastal zone. But in terms of the user, if I'm thinking about buying a bit of land and I want to know what I can and can't do with it, is it easier for me if there's a zone or a zone with an overlay?
To answer you that question, it is probably easier for the zone, but remember there are a whole lot of other overlays that also are applicable, such as the outstanding landscapes, the outstanding features.
Hazards will be another one.
Hazards will be one, possible ecological areas. Those are all layers on top of each other. So with the E-plan,
yeah, so I was going to go with the E-plan.
They will all come up.
They'll all come up. So in some ways, it's going to be a lot easier than the plan that we have at the moment, because if I put in the location, then the zone plus all the relevant overlay criteria come up.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, that answers that. Thank you.
So I've got a question. It's still on this issue of whether this would be best as a zone or an overlay. The direction of travel that we'll say the regional policy statement, the government's framework, the national policy statements, the direction of travel of all of that over time, are we better to go with a zone that says this is really clear, this is really clear?
Your Worship, to going through all the latest plans, I have to say that national planning standard hasn't very much standardized many of the plans. People have followed the general prescription as such, but in many cases they've deviated because of local circumstances. And one of the deviations most have followed is making the coastal area an overlay rather than a zone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's clear. Welcome, Councillor Wills. Thanks for joining us after your other regional transport committee meeting. Very good. Michael Day.
Yep. So just to labour the point, another reason why most councils use it as an overlay is because, as we all know, a lot of our urban areas are in the coastal environment as well. So we're going to have towns and villages and communities in the coastal environment per se, which is why it's better, in my view, to actually have an overlay as opposed to a hard zone. As long as the landward extent of the coastal environment is mapped, which it will be, then an overlay is best, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can we move on at this point to the next subject here of your presentation? I'm mindful that we're running slow on our agenda at this point, but it's a very rich and very important discussion. Thank you.
Right, Your Worship, councillors, the next one is then outstanding natural features and outstanding natural landscapes, which is on page 72 to page 86 of the agenda, and it's slides 14 to 18. Right, for this particular aspects, I have to mention that the outstanding landscapes are all mapped in our present district plan, except for one. We'll come to that. The second aspect is that you will remember that Dr. Hayward did the studies on the natural features, which is additional to what the regional policy statement has identified. Now, Kyle, if you could show us just the outstanding, the map with the outstanding landscapes.
The operative district plan?
Yep.
Can we see this?
Yes. So those all in orange are the existing outstanding landscapes in our district plan, which for all intents and purposes, and it was done at the same time as the regional policy statement, coincide with the policy statement, except in the northern area is a very small area that is different. We've got approval from the regional council to include certain areas where there's now an application for a QE2 application. So we retain the outstanding landscape as in the present plan. There is a small area at Kaiwi Lakes, which is not in the outstanding landscape anymore. That was just to the north of that area, which was taken out by the regional council, and I have also taken that out. The other one is around Toka Toka, where we decided to use the roading, to use the present situation, no changes in the operative plan. And then we come to Mangawhai, and there is one change there. Kyle, if you can just put the change, that little one, which is Sentinel Hill, which is described in the text but never mapped. So that's the only one that we are going to add to the outstanding landscapes. Kyle, if you can just show the Brindowans, which was the petition about, and that's right. I'm dealing now with that particular petition, and I will report to council in November on the petition, where people thought that we were taking out, which is known as outstanding landscape 14, the Brindowans. That is not the intention. What happened in that particular case, there was a outstanding landscape in the Whangarei area on the northern side of the Brindewans. And the question was, should we add or should we extend it to the southern side? And in the southern side is mainly farming activities. That you will all see in the petition and the maps that I will provide with the petition. So the only change from the existing outstanding landscape is basically Sentinel Hill that was added. If we'll come to the rules in a second. If we just can get a look to Bruce Hayward's outstanding natural features. If you can put the natural features. And
that's in the green.
Yep, if you can just zoom out a little bit. So these were the outstanding natural features that Dr. Bruce Hayward showed us. We had a discussion with Council in December 2019. You asked us to consult with the public. We have consulted with the public, and the only negative comments was on Bold Rock. If you can move a little bit into Bold Rock, there is Bold Rock, that little green portion there. It is still in an outstanding landscape, but Bold Rock is identified as an outstanding natural feature, and that was the only comments that we received on these particular outstanding features. So we have decided to keep them all in, and people can make can comment on them on the draft, and if it stays there, they can make submissions when we notify those particular aspects. I don't know if councillors want to see any other of the outstanding natural features. I have linked the document from Dr. Hayward, plus all the detailed maps are in that, plus the description of each and every of them. If not, can we go to the next slide, please, Catherine? Again, these are overlays over the particular areas. Next slide, please, Catherine. Right, these are the objectives, and we have combined the outstanding natural landscape and the outstanding natural features because they, in the sense of interconnectivity and relationships, they are very, very much the same, and they in many cases, the features fall within an outstanding landscape, or sometimes they stand on their own. Now, the objectives, the first one deals with identify and map those. That has been done. The objective 2 is protect the characteristics of those particular aspects, and they have been described. Some of them are the coastal areas, some are the mountain areas. The third one is provide for greater protection, especially in the coastal environment. The fourth one, promote the conservation and enhancement and rehabilitation of those particular aspects, which also include incentives. Objective 5 is encourage the active management, voluntary protection and incentives. Objective 6 is the recognize existing land use and development and infrastructure which are in or nearby those particular landscapes and features. Objective 7 is recognize the outstanding landscape and outstanding features as they fall in Maori land, and there are specific for protection as well as use that Maori have particular views. The 8th objective is recognize and provide for the national grid so that the electricity lines and regional and national infrastructure can cross through those particular areas. So those are the objectives, the why do we want to have these on the maps, and why do we want to identify these particular aspects. Next slide. Again, next slide is, we have here 23 different policies, and they can be combined, and they can be reduced. The first policy is basically to identify the mapping and have all the descriptions available, why we basically have mapped them and what their character and what their contents is. The policy 2 to 8 deals with the protection against inappropriate subdivision, use and development, so that they are protected, and that you have to consider several matters before you allow subdivisions or the change of land use. Policies 9 to 12 deals with buildings and structures. That deals with location and design of the buildings, and very much the same type of discussion as we had with the coastal area. Policy 13 to 15 deals with earthworks and the control and the design of the earthworks. Policy 16 deals with indigenous vegetation, or the protection of indigenous vegetation and how much clearance you can do. Policy 70 to 19 deals with the rehabilitation and enhancement, remediation, enhancement, voluntary protection of those particular features, and certain non-regulatory methods such as subsidies, rates relief, and those type of things. Policy 20 to 21 is looking at the existing land uses and recognize the existing land use, like farming, minor upgrades of buildings, sheds, and those type of things. Policy 22 deals with Papakehanga development, as I say, in Maori, in the objective regarding to Maori, there might be a whole lot of areas suitable for Papakehanga development, and recognize Maori interest in those particular areas. Policy 23 deals with plantation forestry, and that's an interesting new one, because our plan does not provide, and strictly speaking, the national environmental standards deals mainly with forestry, but several plans have identified that they would like to see that plantation forestry does not happen in these outstanding landscape and outstanding natural features. This is a matter of debate, but people are of the opinion that rows of pine trees on an outstanding landscape is not the way how you should celebrate that landscape, that it should rather be indigenous vegetation. But that's a total new provision or a policy that was identified. Right, coming to the rules, next slide. And we'll have exactly the same debate that we had on the coastal area, on the coastal character area, is how much or how many provisions should we have regarding to certainty that people know what they can and cannot do in a particular landscape or a particular feature. There's a bit of a difference here between landscapes and features. Dr. Hayward has identified a table of the activity status rather than the rules that should be applicable, and has identified what type of activity should be either permitted, restricted discretion, or prohibited, or a non-complying activity. This was in his particular work. This went to court in the Whangarei area, and eventually it was decided that his assessment of the activity status was far better than having the different rules that tells you how you should do it and have assessment criteria identified with it. Now, I'm not going to go through all the assessment criteria. There are screeds and screeds, and Councillor Vincent has identified or has already made comments regarding to those particular aspects. I personally feel that they can be consolidated and made easier to understand, but basically most of the applications of most of the activities within the outstanding natural landscapes would be either a controlled activity or restricted discretionary activity or discretionary activity, while in the case of outstanding features, some would be permitted, but most would be restricted discretionary activity status. So this is for a discussion, how strict should we control the matters in the outstanding natural landscapes and the outstanding natural features. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So, elected members, questions for clarification issues here. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a query regarding the prohibited status of activities. Like back in my day, it would be a bold council which would include one of those in its district plan because it would cost them an awful lot of money to defend it and not necessarily successfully in the High Court. So that's after it's been through other appeal stages. So how widespread now is the use of the prohibited activity status, and is it really warranted in this situation?
That is the question. I would like to use Bold Rock as an example. At this particular point in time, it would be probably a non-complying activity if a quarry comes in the Bold Rock area, both because it's an outstanding feature as well as an outstanding landscape, as well as it has got particular Maori interest in that particular matter. At this point in time, as I say, it would probably be a non-complying activity. However, the expert evidence is that it is so important that we should not permit any of those type of activities in that particular area, and therefore it has been identified as a prohibited activity. There are a few of those prohibited activities. And Kaipara went through a court case on prohibited activities versus non-complying, and the court case was that don't show it as non-complying if you want it to be prohibited. Don't use non-complying to prohibit. And for that reason, it was identified in this table of Dr. Hayward as prohibited. But I'm open to a discussion on that.
So just to clarify, as far as the current plan goes, there are no prohibited status activities. Yes?
As far as I know, even the radioactive matters is non-complying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Day, contribution.
So, thank you, Your Worship. So, just to clarify, yes, Councillor Vincent, it is a bold move, suggesting an activity could or should be prohibited. At the end of the day, our Section 32 evaluation report needs to demonstrate that whichever activity status that we end up at is the most appropriate. So that's the fundamental point there. We're not at any stage yet, but when we actually do finalise our preferred option, we need to demonstrate that it's the most appropriate option, and that's the key point to make.
Thank you. Perhaps for the benefit of others as well, and refresh for me, you might just explain what a Section 32 analysis is?
So it's an evaluation report of all the proposed objectives, policies and rules, and it demonstrates why our proposed package of rules and objectives and policies is the most appropriate. So it tests all the viable options and it demonstrates that our proposed way forward is the most appropriate.
It will end up being bigger than the district plan itself, yes?
They
Oh,
are,
yes.
yep.
Oh,
So,
yes.
so for argument's sake, if a chapter is 20 pages, a section 32 to support that may well be 100 pages in the background. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Weddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you, Paul, for clarifying a couple of points that I had on my list. And one of them was that was on Bald Rock, which I vividly remember listening to Bruce Howard identify that. And I guess while I would be rather concerned if we had a proliferation of areas that had the prohibitive label placed on them, that is one area where I cannot see how any quarrying operation that might be proposed for the future in and around Bald Rock could do anything but harm its presence as a natural feature in our district. So I guess that would be one that I would certainly share your view with, that a prohibitive status would apply and protect it for the long term, because it is quite an outstanding feature and something that's not replicated in any other areas of the district. The other area that I was concerned about, and you've also touched on, because I raised it when you last went through this some months ago, and that was on the southern side of the Brynderwyns, and I took somewhat of exception to your claim that it was intensively farmed, and certainly my viewing of it, which is pretty well every day, doesn't share that view. I'm pleased to hear that you're possibly changing that status, because obviously others have picked up on that, and that was the subject of the petition, which obviously could have been completely circumvented if a better understanding of that had been shared with the community. So that southern side of the Brynderwyns is a feature that is completely identifies the Mangawhai area, and has got some, for people who haven't tramped through that area, have got puri trees of 300 to 400 years old, which is quite outstanding, and the old kauri dams, etc. And so it has to be protected, in my opinion. And I'm glad that you've suggested that we'll be giving it the appropriate status in the new plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow.
I'm just sort of checking in on that prohibited status. So if I'm clear, the current plan doesn't really have much that's prohibited at all. And we're suggesting that with some of our outstanding natural features that we grasp the nettle and make those prohibited. Is that something that is more in line with the direction of travel of the RMA reforms in terms of being more directional rather than effects-based?
Your Worship, Councillors, the direction that we have from national is that there will be the non-complying activity will probably disappear because it has been misused as a prohibited activity. More emphasis will be on discretionary activity, and there will be more emphasis on permitted. So it would be permitted, and they will be controlled, because with subdivision, it's difficult to have a permitted subdivision because you have to have conditions, and permitted activities cannot have conditions. So they will be controlled for that particular purpose. Restricted discretionary activity will be very, very scarcely or sparely used. That will mostly be used for design purposes in the discretionary and prohibited activities. That's the message we have that will probably happen in terms of the new legislation. But we haven't seen the documents yet.
I'll just add, just to say there, take that with a grain of salt at the moment. We don't know what we're going to end up with. So
It's a suggested direction of travel. or a
Suggested,
possible-
yep.
A hinted at direction of travel. Okay, so we're moving in possibly suggested the right direction. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further statements or contributions, Councillor Larson?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I see we're out of time on this item, so I guess we haven't covered everything. We've got more time to respond anyway, I guess, haven't we? So I won't want to hold up the meeting with more comment now. I guess we can have another go at it. Stay on time. Thank you.
Thank you for helping keep us efficient. So going back to the earlier point, of course, there is an opportunity for elected members to provide written feedback as well, and could circulate that to everybody, of course, in this process, this kind of iterative rolling maul that we have. Okay, thank you. So at this point, Paul and Michael, Catherine, we're at the end of this item, which is the outstanding natural features, outstanding natural landscapes discussion. Yes?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So look, right on time. We'll call that time for Kai time. So we'll break now, please, and we are resuming in 25 minutes at 12:40 p.m. So you actually have a decent break. Please, everybody, go outside into the lovely Kaipara day, stretch your legs, get some fresh air, because we have a long afternoon ahead. Seeing you all at 12:40 p.m., not 12:45, 12:40. See you soon. Ka kite anō. Kia ora koutou, nā mai, haere mai, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch break, everybody. We're going to be resuming our district plan briefing now with section number 5, which is for today's agenda, which is on minerals and quarrying, which is on page number 52 of today's agenda. Page number 52 is where we're at with minerals and quarrying. So Paul Vanders, back to you for this next item for the next half hour or less, if we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship Councillors. This particular provision, minerals and quarries, is not in the district plan at this particular point in time. However, we found that people who apply for quarrying apply as a resource consent, and they have to, every time they want to extend or every time they want to change, have to reapply for a resource consent. And the possibility is there to provide for a quarry or mineral extraction overlay so that people, and we've chosen 5,000 cubic meters as an arbitrary figure, anybody over that can apply for a quarry overlay, and then don't have to apply for a resource consent every time. The second advantage is that in terms of case law, a quarry operator or mineral extraction operator can externalize its effects such as noise, vibration, traffic movements, and those type of things outside of the property. Now that's very contrary to common law, but case law says that you cannot really expect a quarry operator, if he causes vibration, that it stops at his boundary. So it can externalize those, but obviously the people that are affected should be notified, and therefore a quarry zone or quarry overlay should be notified so that people know that they are in that particular buffer zone as such. Right, I'm going to ask Kyle to bring up the map of minerals in Kaipara district. Kyle, are you there?
Yep, sorry, I'm here. I'm just trying to get it to share.
While Kyle is looking for that particular map, there is a report done, Mineral Resources Assessment of Northland Region, and together with Matt Smith, while he was still here, interpreted that particular map, or that particular report, and we then mapped all the mineral resources that are available in the, no, not the quarries.
Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Mineral potential, we're talking?
Yep, mineral potential. Right. I'm not going to go into the details of each of those, but you will see the ability or the amount of mineral resources that are available in the district is quite small. It's very little. And at this point in time, the regional council, in terms of the regional policy statement, has indicated that the regional council will identify or map the minerals that are of regional significance. We have been looking at this particular map and decided that, and also looking at the potential itself, that we're not going to have a specific minerals maps. Carl, the one with the little dots, can you show that one, please? Now, these are the areas where we have had either quarries or mineral extraction taking place. On the larger map, you can't see it very clearly, but most of them have crosses on them. That means that they have been stopped Therefore, the only real mineral extraction or quarry activities are the quarries in the district. Carl, can we have the quarry map? Right, these are the quarry maps where, and the one in Poto that was approved last year, I think, is still not on this map. But these are the quarries in the district. And on our discussion documents that went out to the public, we have had, I have had 3 calls of people who are quarrying, and they would like to know what is the future of the quarry overlay or quarry zones. I explained to them that this is something that we consider to put into the map. You will remember at one of the council briefings, the question was asked, or the indication was, yes, we should carry on and identify these particular quarry zones or quarry overlays. And when those overlays come about, then those people don't have to, when they want to extend the quarry, they don't have to apply for a resource consent, provided that we notify these quarries with all their detail regarding to how much they will quarry, what their noise contours are, what their vibration is, what the number of traffic movements are, and that type of thing, so that we can identify those particular aspects. So these are the quarries, and we will be writing to all of those, depending on if that is the direction we get, to actually obtain that information. Some of those quarries fall in Auckland, some of the quarries fall in Whangarei. Whangarei has got this quarry overlay with all the provisions of quarrying made available. Right, thanks, Kyle. Catherine, can I get the next slide?
Paul, sorry, I do have a question. Is that all of the quarries?
Those are all the quarries that I have records of, except the one in Poto for the road in Poto. That resource consent I still have to put on the maps.
Okay, could someone please follow up with the Ruawai Transport Quarry? And Rahia on the edge of Ruawai. And the reason I say that is because they do a lot of quarrying there, and they do lime and so on and so on. And yeah, there's certainly a quarry there.
Okay, I got most of the information from NTA, so it is mainly quarrying for roading as well as from Ballons. The lime quarries, there are 2 of them that we have done, but I will follow up on the Ruawai Transport Quarry.
Yeah, because that's all was also linked with Balance. So yeah, so I'm not sure about its status.
I will follow that one up.
Thank you. Carrying on.
Right. So what we basically see is operative district plan has got no provisions at this particular point in time, except that they are dealt with as earthworks at this point in time. We will hear a little bit later from Catherine about the earthwork rules, but we have to distinguish here that a quarry is, and its arbitrary figure, 5,000 cubic meters. If it's bigger than that, it's considered a quarry. If it's smaller than that, it will be a part of the earthworks, which will require resource consents. The RPS require that we should identify mineral areas and then make sure that they are not sterilized by activities that happens on the ground. So that has not yet happened. It has not yet been identified, except that we know where the quarries are. And as I say, is we have decided on 5,000 cubic meters. That was from a practical point of view, talking to different quarry operators as a starting point for this quarry overlay. And as I said, quarries can basically externalize their effect, while that is not the case with a resource consent. Next slide, please. Now, at the slides, you still see there are 5 objectives. We have decided that those 5 objectives can be consolidated into one objective, which is in the text on page 55, which says the objective is Kaipara mineral resources, including quarrying, are efficiently and effectively managed, recognized the social and economic benefits of such resources, while ensuring any adverse effect associated with mineral extraction are avoided, remedied, or mitigated. That's why, basically, go to the next slide, the how with the different policies. And again, we have here 11 policies, which in some cases can be consolidated. The first policy is to identify and provide for nationally and regionally significant mineral resources. Second one, policy 2, is avoid, remedy, and mitigate the adverse effect by applying the overlays. The third one is avoid, remedy, and mitigate adverse effect, the relationship with tangata whenua. This was put in, we had quite complaints about from Te Uriahau regarding to the photo quarry that was opened. Policy 4, avoid and remedy, avoid new mineral extraction activities within identified sites of significant to Maori. Those two go together. Policy 5, manage conflict between mineral extraction activities and other land uses. And that is where you can have a buffer zone where it externalizes the activities. Policy 6, very strong one on rehabilitation, and they have to have rehabilitation plans. Policy 7, provide adequate information. That goes with the externalization of the effects, so that they get all the neighbors get the information about noise, traffic movements, and vibration. Policy 8, ensuring that sensitive activities, those are dwelling houses and old age homes and those type of things, are not established close to mineral extraction areas. In other words, it controls the buffer area. Policy 9, identify a buffer area within the mineral extraction area, and that will be mainly dealing with noise, dust, vibration, and vegetation clearance. Policy 10, provide for the requirements and controls, traffic movements, height of overburden, height of buildings, especially silos, setback rules and those type of things. And then policy 11, avoid compromising the roading network, or for that matter, the electricity lines, etc. They have to be taken into account when we identify these quarry areas. As I say, there are none at this point in time in the district plan. All of those quarries operate in terms of resource consents, which are monitored on a annual basis by our monitoring team. Next slide, please. And again, I don't want to go into details regarding to the rules that we have, but it says in Rule 1, said, if it's not a permitted, controlled, discretionary, or prohibited activity, it becomes a discretionary activity. Now, that is also provided for in the RMA under section 87B. That actually says that if it's innominate, then it becomes a discretionary activity. The second one should be R2, not P2. Second one, proposal for extension of prohibited activities will require a plan change. Now, what happens here, if we, with the first round, notify these, and people have had the opportunity to make submissions, and eventually a particular area has been identified as a mineral extraction area plus its buffer area. Any changes to that should go through a plan change process again, so that the neighbours know how those changes have taken place. R3 is mineral prospective, is a permitted activity. Now that's only prospecting part of it. In terms of the Crown Mineral Act, it's a permitted activity. Many people, when they start prospecting, think that it is a full quarry. They can sometimes be quite large, but in terms of the Crown Minerals Act, prospecting is a permitted activity. We don't have to have that rule because another act provide for it, but I thought it would be good to that people would understand if there's also sorts of digging going on, which is prospecting, that is a permitted activity. In controlled activity, any extraction, as I say, larger than 5,000 cubic meters can be then provided for as part of the overlay, and it has to have an extraction management plan to qualify for that. Rule 5, mineral extraction activities in the rural and industrial zone is a discretionary activity, so that one can make sure that all those factors of neighbors, etc., can be taken into account. And then on the discretion activity matters, traffic movement, arbitrary figure, 100 movements per 24 hours. We can debate that as such. Then structures should have a limit as well as overburden, so that it doesn't create a nuisance factor. Setbacks, you shouldn't have anything within 20 meters of the boundary. That's also an arbitrary figure that one can debate. And sensitive activities should not be within those buffer area. Now, we still have to develop those assessment criteria to actually look at what those exact figures should be when we get to identifying or talking to the quarry operators on what their specific needs were. Non-complying activity would be those sensitive activities, which would include dwelling houses, schools, and those type of things near to a quarry. And prohibited activities, we don't want them in the urban zones or settlement zones or open space zoning. In those particular cases, we would not like to see quarrying happen. But this is again one of those prohibited activities which we can have a discussion about, which could become non-compliant. So in this particular case, the rules still have to be developed, and that will be developed in cooperation with the quarry operators. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So this is an entirely new chapter for our new district plan. Councillor Vincent, your hand is up.
Correct.
And Councillor Curnow, second. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, thank you, Paul, for you did answer one question for me that I had in terms of how is volumes less than 5,000 cubic meters addressed, and you said that's through the earthworks sections. That's fine. There's no upper limit in terms of a controlled activity. It appears like it's not from 5,000 to 100,000 or whatever. It's just 5,000 and beyond. But there's those other aspects in terms of managing effects that are presumably managed through the management plan.
Correct.
Yep. Now that prohibited activity thing, that seems like it makes existing quarries a bit more of a bankable proposition. I thought that we were sort of been regarding potential quarry resources as a valuable resource for the benefit of the district, and I'm I can kind of see your rationale for making it a prohibited activity in terms of requiring someone to go through a plan change process, which is more public than a simple resource consent. However, I would have thought it would be possible to find a way through without, I guess, pressing the big button to make it prohibited. And yeah, I also just, in terms of that, the last of the rules there, I've made a number of comments throughout the process of my feedback that if we can make the language more direct and positive, it could be less confusing. And it might even be that 2 short sentences with that one, for instance, just an example, would be less ambiguous than the as it's written. So you could say at first, mineral extraction in the industrial zone is a whatever activity, and and in all other zones it's prohibited or whatever. But just yeah, that's really a tiny matter of detail. But anyway,
in the detail. But thank you, Councillor.
Back to the prohibited status. Can you see any viable alternative to that, given that it doesn't exist at present?
We can leave it as they deal with all the quarries with the resource consents. The advantage is if somebody wants to take this particular step and have it for its zone as an overlay, then he's got the advantage of being able to have a buffer zone outside of his property. That's the one aspect. But the other aspect is we will have his mineral extraction management plan, which includes the rehabilitation plan. And that is on the grounds why it would be granted, and then the controls over that, even in the end, is far better implementable than with normal earthwork rules.
Okay, thank you. I think that's me done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Paul. I'm just trying to get absolutely clear in my head. So we've got a map of the quarries that you're aware of at the moment. There's a map of potential sites for mineral quarrying.
We have those maps, but in terms of the regional policy statement, it states that the region will identify those nationally and regionally important minerals at some stage. And what they say is the district plan should provide for the preservation of those particular areas and don't compromise those areas with extensions of towns and those type of things. Now, we don't have that map at this point in time. The only map that we do have that we have certainty of are the existing quarries.
Okay, so this zone, this mineral and quarrying, mineral extraction and quarrying overlay that we're wanting to put on, will that only cover the existing quarries, or is it going to cover the potential sites?
It will have the policies of the potential new sites, but if it is identified for an area that is going to be extracted, mineral extraction, identified by the regional council, then we will have to put that by means of a plan change on the district plan. So that goes down through the formal process.
So when we go out with our district plan, it will have the known quarries that we know at that time. And then when the regional plan does their mapping of potential sites, then we'll have to do a plan change to incorporate those new plan sites, or those new potential sites.
Yep.
And so if I then, assuming I decided I wanted to do a quarry in one of those newly identified sites, I can do that under the overlay. But if I wanted to do it before the the new maps came in, then it would be a plan change. Is that right?
It would be no. You can do it as part of a earthworks, and go through that particular process, and then establish that permanently by means of a plan change.
Right. So whether the maps are the maps of the potential sites are included or not, to establish a new quarry, you'll end up having to do a plan change.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Is that the usual case with quarrying, that all new quarries have to have a plan change?
My experience, and I went through the court cases in Whangarei with this particular aspect, and that is what happened. We have all the quarries mapped, plus their buffer zones, etc. And if they want to expand, they have to do a plan change. If there are new ones that are identified, they have to do a plan change. But the rules are, it's basically changing the map and some of the conditions, but it doesn't have to have all the policies and objectives because they're already in the plan.
Okay. And if under our current district plan, I wanted to set up a quarry, what would I have to do now?
At this point in time, it's a resource consent, and the resource consent has to be monitored, has got limited amounts of extraction, and every time when they want to expand their extraction, then they have to have a new resource consent. Now, in many cases, if Roding has got a quarry in the north, they are busy doing all the roads in the north, and they move out to the south, then they stop quarrying in the north, for argument's sake, for say 5 years or so, and they want to reopen that quarry, they need a new resource consent. So every time they have to do for a new resource consent, while if they make it a zoning or an overlay in terms of the district plan, it stays there until it's the 10 years with a review of the district plan, then they review that again. So it's a more permanent basis.
So it's a little bit harder to get started, but once you're there, that overlay gives you a longevity that you don't have, and an opportunity to expand and close down and reopen, all of that flexibility.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, and just linked to that, so if there were a quarry operating in the district that's not a farm quarry, but were another quarry that were working for professional quarrying mining purposes, that were not captured here right now, and we were to get right through all of the entire district plan development, and that still hadn't been noted by anybody of the council, they would then require a plan change to then become legal.
Your Worship, just remember that the plan will be notified, it will have the quarries on it, and then people can make a submission and say, well, I've got a piece of land that I want to quarry. Can you please identify that particular aspect? We will ask him all the questions, etc., and see what he has. And then at that particular point in time, we do a Section 32AA report and can incorporate those particular aspects. And people can make further submissions on that submission if they are affected by that. So at that point in time, they are invited to actually, additional people can apply for this. The other alternatives, which I tried and didn't work, is we can go and get a consultant and say, well, go and find out where are all the possible quarry sites and identify those particular quarry sites. At this point in time, nobody is prepared to pay for that study. And so the best would be to use what we have at the moment, notify it, and people, there might be others that come out of the woodworks at that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Catherine, you've rejoined us.
Yep, sure have. I've been here the whole time.
Did you have an input at this point?
No, No, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, no, it's just because you rejoined the screen. Thank you.
Yep.
Elected members, is there any further commentary regarding this item on minerals and quarrying? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Paul. Just quickly, under the operative district plan, what rule are people applying for their quarrying? Like typically it's in the rural zone. Is it under the excavation and fill rule, or is there a specific rule for quarrying?
Sorry, I couldn't get the first part of your question.
My question is, under the operative plan, what rule are people applying for their quarrying resource consent? Is it the excavation and fill rule in the
earthworks? All the earthworks rules, yes.
Yeah, excavation and fill. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just occurred to me with this, like I'm still not particularly comfortable with the idea of making a new quarry a prohibited activity. I think it sends a rather negative signal. So I guess I have to ask, what is the problem we're trying to fix? I mean, has there been much time taken with people complaining about existing quarries or that sort of thing?
I haven't had complaints from existing quarries. I don't know. I didn't get anything. Monitoring might have, but I have had calls from quarry operators that identify that they have got issues with traffic movements. I think they complaint actually on the quality of the road, but they have got complaints about traffic movements. They do have some complaints about when they have to do blasting, and they get complaints from the neighbors. But it's mainly the quarry operators that have contacted me and said we would like to have something that protects us against complaints.
Thank you.
How real that is, that I have to take their word for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And it is an interesting point that Councillor Vincent raises regarding the notion of just saying that any other quarries are just prohibited going forward.
That's a quarry more than 5,000 cubic meters. All the others deal with earthworks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Elected members, are there further questions on this item? Councillor Wills, I think we're drawing to the end of this. Councillor Wills.
Yeah, the definition of minerals, for example, I know that the Mayor touched on quarries missing. I actually think on that map, the big one at Darwell was missing. But what about sand mining? Because there's a number of large-scale sand extraction quarries not shown on that map either, down the west coast.
I admit that I got the quarries from NTA on which quarries they use and which they know of. I have not included the sand mines.
So thank you, Councillor Wills. So certainly
my second question, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just quickly is, so this means if an existing use quarry owner has a property registered as a quarry, whether they use it or not, they'll have the advantage of this change in our district plan because they'll have it in place.
They can identify. They can identify that, and provided that they have got an extraction management plan and those type of things, etc., then they will be permanently on the district plan.
Thank you. Coming to Councillor Wethy in a minute, but I've just got a question about the sand mining and extractions. So we're aware of the out in the salt water, the sand extraction that takes place off Mangawhai, and of course it's not supposed to, but it does. And the sand extraction, which is also taking place in the Kaipara Harbour as well, which is big issue for Te Uri Hau. And they're long complaining about that. These things link with the land, of course, and where the sand is on the land. How is this district plan talking to those things? Is there going to be a section about sand? And so, Councillor Wills, thank you. You've opened up a new subject here for a new subject inside this chapter. But I think it is important that that's considered.
Yep,
somehow.
I've made a note of that, and I will investigate how we deal with that.
Thank you, Catherine, and then Councillor Wethy.
Through your worship, just remember our jurisdiction as well in that space, just to make that point.
Yes, we don't control the sea. Yeah, correct, understood. Councillor Wethy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's my comment on that is it's a pity we didn't, because I tell you what, it's a major issue on this side of the district, the sea mining of sand. And my comment would be, you know, as a district, we may not have any identified major mineral or other quarrying opportunities currently known, but I'm just a bit concerned about slapping a prohibitive tag against that activity in the district plan. While I've got no problem with someone coming along and having to jump through a lot of hoops and hurdles to comply with what would be in the plan to allow them to commence a quarrying or mineral extraction activity, I'm just a bit mindful that if we put a big P beside it, that means that we're losing the opportunity to perhaps potentially grow more industrial activity, which creates jobs and a whole lot of downstream economic growth. And so I just don't know whether this blanket putting a prohibitive tag against any new activities in this area should be one that we would condone. I'd prefer it to be able to be applied for, even if there are a lot of conditions that would have to be met before it could start or commence operations. But just to rule it out of court is something that I think would go against us in the long term.
Thank you. That was a clear statement. Michael Day.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy. That's a good statement there, and that direction is noted. This topic intersects with the previous topic that Paul led with regards to outstanding natural features and landscapes as well, and that it may be that some potential mineral extraction areas are also in areas identified as outstanding natural features or landscapes, as we've just discussed. Assuming that a potential mineral extraction area is outside of an outstanding natural feature or a landscape, is the direction I'm hearing possibly that a non-complying activity may be more appropriate than a prohibited activity? I think I'm hearing that direction, and if that is the direction, then we'll proceed with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
I was really just going to concur with what just happened. I think, in that I think we do need to leave things open for future possibilities in all respects, and so long as the effects can be, you know, remedied, avoided, and mitigated, then there are situations in all sorts of locations where there could be quarries, or in fact where I know there are quarries that simply can't be even seen from anywhere. Yeah, it depends, and they can be assessed if they're able to apply for a resource consent, whereas if it's prohibited, they simply can't apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think at this point we might be at the end of this item. Yep, I'm thinking we're at the end of this item. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for helping wrap that up, and thank you, Catherine. So at this point, we're moving into our next item here, which is signs. So I'm on page 30 of the agenda, signs. Now, Paul, who? Catherine.
Kia ora, good afternoon, councillors and your worship. So I'm going to take you through quite a few topics this afternoon, probably certainly not as exciting as Paul's this morning, but certainly there are a number of them. So I'm going to delight you with the signage rules first. And I think picking up on a couple of the points this morning, I'm going to try and talk to what's in the plan at the moment to give you a bit of a flavour of that, as well as obviously the direction that I've taken in my drafting. So I think before I launch into that, just going to the agenda in terms of what you see in terms of the rules that I've drafted there, that gives you a bit of a sample of the National Planning Standards template. We haven't quite perfected it, and it might be a little bit confusing, but effectively we've been trying to put our rules into that format, and which will end up in our e-plan version, which you'll see when we present the draft to you. Hopefully it does make sense, but certainly feel free to give us some feedback or comments on how you think it is working. So I'm just going to jump into signs, and I think we can all agree signs are a fairly important part of our district's businesses and activities. They're kind of one of those things that most people don't think too hard about, but when it comes an issue, it certainly is an issue. And I just want to point out that when I was pulling these rules together, I had a very close look at what we already manage through our council bylaws. So just remember that we don't govern election signage through the district plan because we already have the bylaw on that. And the other one was the consolidated bylaw, which also manages signs in public spaces. So the district plan is really focused on private property and the types of signs that, just as an example, you know, in a rural zone, you might have a business that's advertising. They might just have a sign for their business, or it might be a property. It could be in the commercial zone where you might have a whole building that becomes a sign. So I'm going to talk you through those rules shortly. So yeah, signs do have the potential to generate quite significant effects. And in my time as a consent planner, I've seen a multitude of different examples of that, from flashing lights and illumination to flags to you know, even moving screens have the potential to cause traffic confusion and safety issues. So I'm sure you can all relate to a few examples, but I'll try and give you a few just to not bore you with the boringness of the topic in terms of areas and sizes. But certainly the key thing we're looking at here today is managing the effects of the amenity and character values of an area. So this is going to vary from zone to zone, and when I take you through those rules, you'll notice that we're more generous and lenient in terms of where we've sat with the district plan in some zones versus others where the amenity values are a little bit more important. And of course, the other major effect that we're trying to manage here is traffic safety effects. So making sure that when people are putting up signs on their private properties, that it's not going to cause any disruption to traffic and distractions. And probably a good point to note, just in terms of bylaws as well, you'll probably be familiar that the Waka Kotahi, or the New Zealand Transport Agency, they in fact have their own bylaw that manages signs on the state highway. So I believe unless you've got an authorization from NZTA, you can't actually put a sign on the state highway without their approval. And certainly they would have comment if a resource consent was required on the state highway within our council land as well. So I've tried to keep things as simple as possible with the sign rules because they're not a big issue in the same way we've just been talking about Paul's outstanding natural landscapes and features, or even corals and minerals and quarries. So I've just kept it really short and sweet, you know, trying to keep the plan as succinct as possible. Value any feedback that you have in relation to what I have drafted, and I'll try not to get down to the micro detail, otherwise we'll be here all week. But yeah, I think the thing with signs is that, you know, they're there to support the cultural, social, cultural, economic needs of businesses, infrastructure, community events and activities. And then the policies that support that, which will be reflected in the rules, that we want to enable official signs. And there's actually a definition for official signs in the National Planning Standards. And temporary signs has a definition. No, we don't have a definition for temporary signs, but there's certainly one for signs in the National Planning Standards, which will be adopted. And then real estate and land development signs. So by enabling those, we'll be looking at some permitted activity rules for those. P2 is about managing the effects of signs. So we'll talk more about those in terms of the rules. P3 is about avoiding cumulative effects of signs. I don't know if you're familiar with Kirikiri's signage. It's probably better than it was, but last time I was up there, there's a bit of a proliferation of signs going on in some places, you know, based on the fact they've got a lot of tourism activities and businesses all in proximity to each other. And I guess, you know, here in Kaipara, we need to decide what are our values. Do we want to see a proliferation of clustering of signs? But effectively, we want to, my perspective was that I think we need to avoid that and look at where they're located in terms of where they're positioned, and the zoning reflects that. And then the fourth policy there is about managing the design and location in respect to the land transport network. So that's just about those effects we talked about with making sure that the signs are not going to cause any driver distractions or confusion or incidents. So very briefly in terms of the rules here. So I have tried to keep our rules fairly consistent with what we've got currently in the operative plan. There are a few points of difference, but it's not crazy change. Purely because I think we had it fairly right, and certainly value any feedback in terms of the size of the signs and things like that. And I think on my next slide, I've actually got some areas and things for us to consider there. But so permitted activity for official signs, temporary signs, real estate signs, permitted activities for all other signs and zones which meet the standards, noting those key differences between the commercial, residential and rural zones, permitted activities for signs in sensitive environments. And when I say sensitive environments, we actually haven't come up with an exact definition of what a sensitive environment is, but generally there we're talking about those environments that we've just talked about this morning with Paul's coastal environment, the natural character areas and the outstanding features and landscapes. And then permitted activities for signs attached to heritage buildings or items. So I think it's good to flag that one there. You probably will get a bit more conversation around the heritage buildings when we get to the heritage topic in February. But for now, it's just really that we want to enable signage to go on those up to a certain size. So then really the cascade is there that it becomes a restricted discretionary or a discretionary activity if it's located in a sensitive environment. So here's my overview, and this was really just picking up the drafted rules that you'll see in the agenda and just trying to simplify it so you could understand it, because they're a little bit hidden and all over the place. But the way the rule works is you follow your permitted activities, and then those permitted activities refer to the standards. Now it's in those standards that you'll find the size requirements, the height requirements, and the number of signs that you can have within each zone. So I just wanted to take you through generally where the thinking is at the moment. And so across all zones where it's permitted, obviously temporary signs. So my proposal is for 2 temporary or community signs of 2 meters squared each, so not huge, and real estate and development signs, or things in my presentation there, 1 square meter. So that's really just, you know, advertising the fact that there is, I think you're all familiar with real estate signs, and development signs would cover complexes that are being under development. So keeping those small, we don't want anything too drastic there. And then in the commercial town centre, mixed use, light industrial and heavy industrial zones, this is where we're probably a little bit more generous with what we can tolerate in terms of our amenity values. So I'm proposing up to 3 signs here, which is consistent with what we have in the plan at the moment, with 6 square meters each, and not exceeding the height of the building. So these could be that, let's say Mitre 10 establishes in the commercial zone, they could have their Mitre 10 sign over one side of the building if they wanted to. Yeah, so I mean, it's obviously the effects in those zones is going to be much higher than the next one, which is residential zones. In the rural lifestyle, rural and the natural open space, and the open space, and then the sport and active recreation zone. So here I'm suggesting we only have up to 2 signs with 1 square meter each and a 4 meter height. So that would be, I actually would like to provide a diagram at some stage in the plan just to show how those dimensions and things work. But certainly that keeps it quite restrictive. And I guess when you think about the activities that we're going to see in the residential zones are probably more home occupations, and same with the rural lifestyle zone. A lot of people will be advertising their own, you know, home businesses or services that they might provide from their lifestyle block, for example. The natural open space zone, you wouldn't expect much in there. That's mostly our council reserves, and we'll bring those sites to you when we present the zoning next month. But typically you wouldn't have much signage in those zones anyway. And then the general rural and the rural production zones. So proposing up to 2 signs there with 3 square meters area and a 4 meter height. And that, as I mentioned before, is to accommodate businesses that are already happening in the rural zone, or any new businesses that do establish. And it could be, you know, it could be any number of things. But I think you might have 1 sign on your front gate, and you might have another one on another side of the property, or 2 signs on the front gate kind of thing. So hopefully that all makes sense there. And then obviously the exceptions, as I mentioned, are in those sensitive environments, such as the ones we've just talked about this morning. And I've pulled that one back to 1 square meter. So it's consistent with the residential zones, the rural lifestyle, those zones where, you know, we're just trying to manage those effects a bit more carefully. So I think that was all I needed to cover there in terms of rules. So I'm really just seeking some direction today in terms of, you know, what do you think? Is it completely off track? Do we need to think about other provisions in terms of signs? I have looked at other plans, and there are so many different ways to slice and dice signage. Some plans get to the detail where they tell you the exact size of the font, lettering, etc. to use in the district plan. I didn't think that that was us here in Kaipara, but if you feel that it is, today's, you know, the opportunity for that feedback. And certainly I think you'll see in the commercial town centres that I have got some provisions around signage on building facades and things like that. So there are a few aspects of the commercial zone that are a little bit more complex than the straightforward residential and rural zones. So hopefully that table just gives you a bit of an overview of those standards. But yeah, I will stop sharing and come back to the room just for a second if you want to have a bit of a discussion about those rules there.
Thank you, Catherine. There are definitely some flags flying here. So we're going to go with Councillor Curnow, Councillor Larson, Councillor Weddy, then Councillor Vincent. I have a question as well. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just first of all, a question just about what's in scope, what's out of scope, in terms of actually making sure these signs are safe and don't fall off and hit people on the head or anything like that. Is that in the building standards, or is that in the district plan?
That's a very good question, Councillor Curnow. If a sign isn't safe, then, you know, the provisions would say that it could potentially cause, I guess, an obstruction. If George over in our monitoring team was driving past and he saw that it wasn't looking safe, I guess he could have a look at it, A, whether it's in the bylaw, or B, is it a district plan? You know, obviously we're looking at resource management effects and issues. I would have thought if it's a structure as defined in the building code or act, there might be some provisions there. But in all honesty, I don't know the answer to that question as far as the technicality, because I'm sure if there was a sign that was looking a bit dodgy and somebody noticed it, they would probably complain to our monitoring team, and they'd probably, you know, give that landowner a call and just say, hey, your sign's, you know, potentially a risk. I'm not 100% sure what does happen in that situation.
I guess if we could just check that, because I'm just thinking about liability. If we give someone permission to put up a sign, where is council's kind of responsibility in here in terms of when that sign falls off and hits someone on the head, or blows off in the wind and crashes into someone's car and causes a pile up? You know, something. I'm just thinking about risk just around that. And then sort of on a purely personal basis, election signs, when it came to the, on page 34, standards S1, maximum sign area per site. I'm just thinking that some of the designated sites for signs end up with multiple election signs that probably exceeds the area of 2 square, or they might fit within 2 meters squared, but you end up with multiple, yeah, sort of like you might have 10 on that site. And so I'm just making sure that that's covered off, or if we're wanting to restrict it, that we're clear that that's what we're doing.
So council, for the election signage, there is some specific guidance on size and locations in that bylaw.
Right.
So from my reading of it, I haven't.
First, DP or bylaw?
Sorry, what was that?
Which has
priority?
Yeah.
So if the bylaw is specifically managing the signs in the public space,
yeah,
then obviously the bylaw would be the one to follow. Generally rule of thumb is the district plan overrides the bylaw if there's conflict.
Right.
So if for instance somebody, so the bylaw says the sign needs to be 1 square meter and someone's got a 2 square meter sign, then the district plan, as I understand it, would trump, and then they would require consent for that sign. Whereas if they meet, but you could still undertake enforcement under that bylaw and say, look, if you're not going to comply, then you need to get a resource consent. So that's my understanding of how that works. Whether that's what happens in practice, I'm not sure here at Kaipara, but
maybe there'd just be a little exercise in making sure that that bylaw and the proposed district plan are joined up, so we don't end up with people getting in a muddle.
If I could just leap in here through you, Worship. So yeah, we've identified that already as part of the election planning work for the future. So we will definitely make sure that there is alignment there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That's me done.
Councillor Larson, then Councillor Vincent, then Withy. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was going to say, Councillor Kuna, you must be in a hotly contested ward with 10 large-scale signs on your road corners.
Everyone wants to represent Ultimate here.
I can imagine. Just a general comment, Catherine. I appreciate your presentation is quite clear, and because this is a district plan review, what I'm trying to do is to follow what you're saying in your presentations against the existing district plan. I know I've mentioned this once before. I just guess going forward, it would be really useful for me if you were able to describe what's being changed in, like in your table, if there was a change, if you can say we've decided to change this, propose a change to the size of the sign in this area because of these reasons, then it would be much easier to follow. I mean, I'm managing, because I've got a hard copy of the plan, I'm managing to follow and find the various zones, and I see that the sign size and permitted activity in the rural zone appears to be the same as what you've got on your table, but it takes quite a bit of tracking backwards and forwards to do that.
Sure. Councillor Larson, to help with that exercise as well, If you recall, when we were producing the discussion documents back, I'm not sure when we brought the signage stuff to you, I'd have to check, but I did produce a table at that point in the process which looked at across the zones the different requirements, and that is what I used for the basis of this work, and that is the sort of evidence that I would put into my Section 32 report to draw that comparison between the existing operative district plan and the way forward. So largely most of the sizes of the signs are based on what we have there at the moment. Granted, some of the zone names are changing, so we're getting a few additional zones as part of the review, which we'll be talking about with elected members next month. So I appreciate that it's probably taking a little bit to try and get your head around what's going on there, but I would direct you back to there first and foremost, but certainly take on your point that if there's a way that we can perhaps just do a comparison table for our next presentations to make it really clear where we've come from and where we're heading, I think that's the message I'm hearing.
Sure, that's fine. I totally appreciate that you've presented material previously. It's simply I personally aren't able to put my hands on it again a couple of months down the track, and that's why if you're presenting it again, if you can insert that or have it attached to our e-scribe or something, then I can find it easily. Otherwise, with my system, unfortunately, I just simply won't find hundreds of documents by going back and trying to reference them. That'd be great. Thank you.
Certainly. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Withy, and I've got a question too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Catherine, I wonder if I'm keen to look for ways of cutting bits out. Oh, actually, I need to start by also saying, Mr. Mayor, could you manage the time so that actually the elected members have most of the time to talk rather than the staff on an issue? I'm not sure if that's very diplomatic or not, but I just, we're already over time by the time we got a chance to talk.
Yes.
Having started, I'll continue. Veranda signs by definition must be over a public road, so I wonder if they might be better sitting in the bylaw rather than the district plan. So you could take those ones out, because I've got some problems with the ones that are there a bit, as you'll see in my notes. So that was one thing. Also, I'd like to suggest, as an example of an enabling plan, that with in the commercial zone, like rather than saying wherever the hell it is, that there's limits on the the freestanding signs must not exceed the height of the building and must not protrude above the highest point of the building. Well, for me, a more enabling approach would be to say, as long as it complies with the building code and it complies with the bulk and location requirements, knock yourself out, for instance. Okay, so I don't know how my colleagues would feel about such an approach, whether that's too liberal and could it lead to visually displeasing or gaudy results. But I think in a commercial area, I just think a different approach is called for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vince. Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Withy, statement, thanks.
No, question actually. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things. Firstly, Catherine, there's nothing that I can see in any of the papers that you've presented on signs talking about the type of construction the signs can be. Now, I'll give you an example. This is a real life example. A couple of years ago, one of our residents complained about a sign that had been erected on the corner of Black Swamp Road and the Tonorata Road just by the Ensley Street Bridge. This was an engineering firm that put the sign in, and it was on a steel plinth on it, sorry, a concrete plinth, then a steel pole and a great big steel sign. And the concern was that if a car coming around that bend went wide and off the road and hit that sign, there would be major injury, because it was probably more substantial than hitting a telegraph pole. And when it was checked back, it was apparently given a resource consent by the council staff some years ago, and it only just been erected. But I'm just using that as an example that on these permanent commercial signs, if they're within so many meters of the road, and there is a potential that a car could go off it, it should be able to be knocked over with perhaps damage to the car, but not injury to the driver or passengers. And I'm just wondering whether that's something you could consider building into the plan. So that's just point one. Second point, quickly moving on to the permitted activity in the real estate and land development signs. Under the first item, the sign must not be located on the site which the real estate listing or land development is taking place. I thought that's where they would put that.
Oh, sorry, that was an error, and I think Councillor Vincent picked that up in his comments as well.
Right.
So apologies
Okay,
for that.
Well, I'm pleased to see that.
Typing error.
The second thing, third on that list, the sign must be removed within 2 weeks of the completion of the sale, etc., etc. Well, I'm fine putting that in there, providing we have got the resources to monitor that. Because I can tell you right now in Mangawhai, where there's a lot of real estate turning over, signs are up for months after, not weeks after, because the real estate agencies see this as a form of advertising when they put a big sold across it. So again, only put things in the plan where we have the resources to be able to actually monitor and action what we've put in the plan. And the last bit is right at the bottom where you've got, I get down there, where am I? Yeah, here we are. This is under all zones, the sign design. The sign must not, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, be illuminated, moving or flashing. Now, illuminated signs are everywhere, and you're basically saying it must not be illuminated. So I just wonder whether we're flying in the face of the wind there. I have no problem with using reflective materials because that can cause a traffic hazard. Or display any expressive words or images. Well, that's fair enough as well, unless you're down K Road where there's probably a few. But so I'm just wondering, you know, I don't want to see things in the plan that are actually not able to be realistically monitored or controlled.
Yep, good point. I'm just thinking in terms of the illumination comment that you had in moving and flashing. There's probably more reason to put that into the sort of commercial town centre zones than the rural zones, for instance. So would that be?
Yeah, commercial zones, certainly I think they should be permitted. It should be permitted there because that's where you're going to get the not many in residential. I wouldn't think anyone would be considering putting it illuminated because the minute you illuminate, you've got to run in wiring and all sorts of other extra costs which people aren't going to go to. So yeah.
Yep.
Just on Councillor Vincent's comments about the size of any roofing. There is in the commercial area, I believe, something that should be allowed, and that is where people put on roof signs. Now, these are permanent structures which often go above the roof line of the building, and they advertise what that building is offering in terms of services or products or whatever. This is quite standard practice in a lot of retail and commercial areas in most urban areas, and I just think that we ought to give consideration for that to be allowed to happen here in Kuiper as well.
I was going to say Carey Park Nursery is an example, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, good feedback there. Thank you.
I've got a question as well, and it's about the use of the word. It may sound odd. Use the word sites. So the use of the word, you know, sites of a sign, the site where the business is, the site, so on and so on and so on. If you have multiple land titles and that are contiguous but adjacent to each other, can you put a series of signs on each of those sites being a separate title across a 5-kilometre stretch of the road beside do you see what I'm saying? Is that a site or is that multiple sites? And I guess there may need to be some clarity in what we're talking about here. And I'm mindful of, if you like, some of the examples like this sign farm on the south side of the Dargaville Bridge, where there may be repeated signs of a business or something. Yeah.
Yep.
And just what is a site in the rural zone, in the rural settlement zone, in the
Your Worship, I'll need to check whether that's a defined term in the planning standards, because site's typically one you use across the plan for multiple provisions. So you're right, you've got a good point about that, and it is a bit of a tricky one because of the fact that people might have multiple titles, parcels, and we have that same issue when we're talking about subdivision of site versus certificates of title as well. So we'll have a close look at that to check what the implications are going to be there.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. And just note, Councillor Wills has shared with everybody the news that's come in the last few minutes that Northland is going to remain at alert level 3 for another 5 days. So that's right through the weekend and out the other side into next week. By the time they'll make another consideration, but of course there are 0 confirmed cases of the COVID in Northland. So yay, 0 cases, but there we are. Councillor Wilson-Collins, final question if we can on this team. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I don't actually have a question as such. I just wanted to reiterate Councillor Wethy's concerns about those real estate signs. The issue too is I'm not sure how you would quite police it, because the issue is that the sold sticker goes up when the property is unconditional. The completion of the sale might not happen for another 4 or 6 weeks. So how you would actually keep a track of what's going on could be difficult for the staff there. And also that's why it looks like those signs out for a very long time. So that's quite tricky.
Yeah, good point. I think I might have a conversation with George and the monitoring team about his approach there, because I don't know what they do at the moment in terms of taking down any, temporary signs. Nobody's really too worried about them. I can't imagine us spending heaps of time on that. But if we don't have something in the criteria in the plan, is that a problem? That's, I guess, what we need to figure out. So great feedback. Yeah, thank you.
All right, very good. There's no more flying hands on this one. No, and so anyway, so there's some good feedback there regarding signs. Thank you. Based on our agenda, we're due to have a 5-minute break at this point. Thank you. We'll stop now. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. I note we are running behind schedule now by 25 minutes on a very busy day. Okay, so noting that point about going fast through the presentations that elected members should have read, and so that we can get into the commentary. Thank you. Seeing you all at 2 o'clock. Ka kite anō. Right, we're about to make a start again. All right, we're about to make a start. So, Catherine, at this point, I believe it's you who's going to be leading our item number 7, our earthworks section. Catherine, are you with us? Not yet. All right, I'll just alert again regarding the COVID-19. So it's going to be until Monday of next week that we're in remain as we are, which is in alert level 3, which is alert level 4 with takeaways, which if you live where I live, that means there's no takeaways. So because there's no takeaways anywhere near here. So that's what happens when you live in the highest area of the highest deprivation in Kaipara district.
I had the papara wonton soup.
It's too far to go. And no, I haven't.
Not too far.
It's too far to go. I'm sure that's illegal, Councillor Curnow.
It's your nearest shop.
That's more than 10 kilometres in each direction. More than 10 kilometres. Catherine, back to you, please. We're looking at earthworks now, and I'm just wondering, can we jump right through your presentation? Can we leap and bound through your presentation here?
Of course, Your Worship. I hope that we can make up some time, certainly with certainly 2 of the topics, but I'll jump straight into the meat, I think, with earthworks, because we have talked a little bit about some of this stuff today. So I will do it very, very fast. Right, so earthworks, obviously key part for the district. One of the things we did take away from our discussion documents with elected members, the discussion was to try and get some alignment with the regional council rules here. So just thought I'd mention that first and foremost before I dive into the provisions. As you all have seen from Paul's objectives and policies this morning, there's a lot of interplay overlap with the earthwork provisions here in terms of his overlays. But I think just in terms of the earthwork objectives and policies themselves, tried to keep these really sort of to the point, and just, you know, while it's an important topic across the district, it's one where the effects are usually pretty generally easy to kind of identify and manage through the district plan. So we want this plan to obviously be enabling for earthworks in Kaipara, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the rural activities, because obviously the rural zone is where most of the earthwork activities typically happen, and so we want to enable those to happen. We do want to be careful to avoid large-scale earthworks in these sensitive environments, and so you will have heard Paul talk about his provisions this morning there, and I will show those as well. So the other key thing to remember is that we don't want activities to compromise stability of land, infrastructure, and public safety. So yeah, and then really the policies in terms of how we go about achieving those objectives is really recognising and providing for the earthwork activities, enabling for rural land uses. So this is, you know, the farm tracks, drains, farm quarries, and there's a term called ancillary earthworks, and that will go into the plan. I haven't included the definition here, but it is quite encompassing of horticultural, agricultural, and general farming practices. So anytime I mention ancillary rural earthworks, that's typically what we're talking about there, and managing and controlling the effects in those sensitive environments. So I've just made a note that links to Paul's provisions there. And as a placeholder, I've made a mention of heritage sites and sites of significance to tangata whenua, but we're actually going to cover those off in a lot more detail when we come to the February briefing. So they're just there as a placeholder at the moment because there's objectives and policies are like octopus and they have multiple tentacles. So this is one place for them to sit, as well as across at those other chapters there. And then obviously to protect nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. I'm just going to jump right into our rules here, because what we're seeking today in terms of direction from council is the volumes and thresholds for earthworks. This is always a really hard task for policy planners because we're not engineers, and so part of what we need to do is be thinking about what are the effects of, you know, these numbers. They might just look like numbers on a page, but they actually, if you ask any contractor, they will, you know, translate into the work that they do, and obviously the scar on the landscape that those effects could leave. Now remember, the regional plan is very much about the soil itself, so the properties of soil, erosion and sediment control, and certainly effects on waterways, whereas the district council are trying to manage those amenity effects. So what it looks like on the ground. Is it going to lop off, you know, a hilltop if we provide too much flexibility here? So for some reasons, in some of the zones, the amounts may not seem huge by comparison to the regional plan, but the reasons for that is that we are obviously trying to protect people's amenity values, and the character and feel of our environment as well, which is a different effect to what the regional plan is managing. So I just wanted to make that point. So we still have a bit of work to do in terms of getting an engineer to look at whether these volumes and areas are going to work appropriately. But what I have done is used the volume thresholds and area thresholds that are in the current operative district plan as a bit of a guide. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some new zones that will come up through this district plan. But generally, you know, it's just about choosing which volumes are most appropriate and which zones. So as you can see from my table on the screen there, I've got a volume of 200 and an area of 200 square meters for residential settlement zones, the mixed use. So this is in town or commercial centres. So you don't typically get as much earthworks in those zones. And really the key thing is there is making sure that people can build a building platform. In the light and heavy industrial zones, you'll see the number jumps up quite drastically there, and that is really that we don't want to stop industrial activities from undertaking their earthworks as a permitted activity, and they're often very big sites. So, for instance, with what you'll see at the next workshop, there are going to be some big spaces of industrial land which will enable development to occur, but we don't want the earthworks consents to necessarily be a stumbling block. But just an example of this, I think in some situations, depending on the topography, you're still going to trigger consent either which way. So if it's a flat site, you might get away with not needing a consent, but if it's a hill slope site, you might need to do a bigger cut and fill area to undertake your development. So it really depends on the site. A lot of our land, as you know, is fairly flat, so we're hoping that it would be fairly enabling. And so jumping down the table, the open space and active recreation zones are similar to the residential zones. The natural open space zone, we've tightened that up to reflect similar to the areas of outstanding natural features, landscapes and coastal environment, because those are our reserves where we've just got indigenous vegetation. So you're not going to get big areas of earthworks. It might be that you need to put in a public toilet, for instance. So you're not going to need to do, you know, 500 cube of earthworks in those zones generally. And then the rural lifestyle zone is probably one we would like some direction from you today around, because that's quite a tricky one. Some sites are as big as 4 hectares or even up to 10 hectares. And some sites will be as small as, you know, 2,500 square meters or even 1,000 square meters. So it needs, the rules here need to provide for that huge size discrepancy. But 1,000 cube and an area of 2,000 square meters is still rather generous when you compare it to other district plans. And then of course there's the general rural and the rural production zone, which includes farm quarries, and Paul mentioned the threshold here for for quarries. So in my opinion, 5,000 is generous, but this does reflect the direction in the regional plan. So 5,000 would not trigger both a regional consent and a district council consent, which would be good for most people needing to undertake earthworks. But the thing I do want to emphasise here is that that figure could potentially leave some pretty significant scars in our landscape, even at that volume and area. So just something to bear in mind there. And so, as I said, we are still going to get some direction from an engineer who's, acquainted. We will talk to the development engineers over in Mangawhai that look after the consents around this to see sort of what they're seeing at the moment with consents around earthworks, because typically this is the big trigger in our operative district plan at the moment. Yeah, so we're trying to make the rules fairly reasonable around these. So again, restricted discretionary activities if you can't meet a permitted activity standard. So nothing drastic there. And yeah, as I mentioned, we will have that crossover between heritage sites and sites of significance. I think I've just got one more slide with the other volumes here. Yeah, so just by comparison, you can see how we've tightened the provisions in terms of the permitted thresholds within those sensitive environments, and also flood hazards as well. Some of these are fairly tight, so certainly want you to consider whether those are going to be appropriate or not. And just remember that all of those sizes and areas and volumes are subject to other provisions as well in the rules, and of course setbacks and things like that, and yeah, where those activities occur. So for instance, proximity to the national grid corridor. So that's a very short and sweet version of the earthwork rules that you've got in front of you, but granted it's a fairly complex topic. So this is one we probably will come back to you with, feedback in terms of where we land today, and certainly expecting some good discussion around it. So I'm just going to stop sharing and come back to the call here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Looking forward to a discussion on this. I'm going to start at the very end of where you finished, regarding the flood hazard areas and the fact that we've got 29 drainage districts in Kaipara, and that what is potentially talked about by the regional council is in direct conflict with Kaipara District Council's own bylaws regarding the drainage bylaws and the stormwater bylaws that we've just agreed just a couple of months ago. What I'm saying there is, if you're saying that no one can move or clear more than 100 cubic meters of soil, there are real issues there regarding drain clearances, and so that's like that's a nice principle from NRC, but we can't just bring that through. So that's a real challenge for us. The second thing as well is any additional stop bank related work by the council, and what that would mean in a flood hazard area, because your flood hazard areas are huge swathes of the map. So you just go, it's not as simple as that. It'd be lovely if it were, but I'm going, yeah, definitely going to need extra work on this, because if you go, right, well, your rural zone is, sorry, whatever it was, you have 5,000, square meters, whatever. People go, yeah, that's great, that's us, that's rural. And you go, oh, no, but not any of the Kumara lands, not any of the horticultural area, not the, yep. So I'm going, we need to think further through that. We can't, I think we can't possibly get to that today, but I put that back on you. Thank you, Councillor Curnow, then Councillor Wethy, then Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just following on from that, I was going to point out that under EWS 3, it says that fill height mustn't be more than 1.5 meters high. Well, when you're building a stop bank, it's necessarily going to be higher than that. So yeah, I think that there's a job to be done in terms of making sure that that sort of land drainage stop banks in a flood hazard zone is accounted for appropriately. I had a question here. When you've got your table on sensitive environments, does the coastal environment come into that?
Yes. Yep. So I've got 500 cube and 500 square meters for the coastal environment, which is which is a step up from the high natural character areas and outstanding natural character areas.
Cool. And how do our sensitive environment limits compare with other councils?
They're quite comparable. I did quite a lot of work on these for the Waikato plan, and it was quite interesting because you got such a broad range of submissions on this topic because everybody has an interest clearly.
Yeah.
It's a really hard one because when you look at what you could achieve with that threshold, you actually kind of need an on the ground sort of scenario to show you what that number means, and it's really hard for me to provide that. I should have actually got some photographs of some building platform sites with different topography to really demonstrate that, because it's quite a hard one to visualize, and depending on that slope topography, what your cut and fill needs to be, it's really difficult to know what those effects are going to be until you're looking at it. And so, 500 square cube or square meters may not seem a lot in terms of just looking at it on the piece of paper, but when you actually take that into the coastal environment, that's quite a flexible, lenient provision, and you could tighten the reins even more, but I didn't feel that was appropriate for Kaipara. We want to be enabling to a point, but I can guarantee we'll be challenged on it, Councillor Curnow.
Okay, because I did sort of, I note that these are all limits within a 12-month period. So, and this is the problem that we've got with the RMA, is this kind of cumulative effect. So if every year in the coastal environment you shifted 500 cubic meters of earth away, over a 5-10 year period, you're moving a lot of earth around, and having quite a dramatic effect. So I'm just wondering whether this is the right approach. And I'm assuming if other councils are doing it, it's probably the only valid approach, but it just seems to me that it does leave it quite open for some quite drastic impact over time, if not immediately.
Oh, certainly. I think you raise a really, really good point there, which is one I actually spoke to Michael about, because I didn't want to just jump in with the one-stop shop, and some plans do that. So we have to make a decision about, do we want to be as flexible as a year-on-year cumulative total, which is what you'll end up with potentially, or do we want to just make it a one-off? And even controlling that sometimes is a bit of a tricky one in terms of monitoring and enforcement anyway. So there are pros and cons no matter which way you go with this.
And it's also context dependent, sort of digging a hole in a little valley in the middle of nowhere may not have as much effect as digging a hole on the side of a beautiful sort of mountain, and I don't know. I think it's just it sort of, I don't know, it's not sitting terribly well with me, this section. But I don't know what the answer is.
Okay, thank you. That's clear, Councillor Curnow. Thank you. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Catherine. Look, a couple of things, and these are issues these are real life issues, and I just wonder how they would be handled in what you're proposing. About 3 years ago, a couple of guys in the rural lifestyle band around Mangawhai decided there was a real problem getting rid of all of the earthworks excavations from all the building going on, and they decided that they could put 1,000 cubic meters of clean fill on a slope going down towards a stream. They went ahead without a consent, but of course they went more than 1,000 cubic meters, and within no time they had abatement notices from both the NRC and KDC on that fill. Now the thing is, they said it was clean fill. Under your definition of clean fill material, they would be right. it was a combination of obviously earth and rock and what have you, but it was also included all sorts of building materials, plasterboard, which is not combustible and doesn't degrade, sheet iron and all sorts of roofing material, which is not combustible and doesn't degrade. So they could legitimately say, under the items specifying what clean fill is, there's nothing in the items there in the council plan that says these are not prohibited items. And yet it was a terrible mess. I've still got photographs that I was sent showing. So I think we need to look a little bit more at the definitions of what clean fill is. Otherwise, we'll get multiple repeats of what we experienced here about 3 years ago. Then further down, you talk about these are proposed policies, but it's associated with the particularly the runoff of stormwaters, etc., from earthworks. I think that's in here, and I'm just raising it, and I just don't know how it would apply to this part of the plan. But Mangawhai Central, which everyone knows about, its northern boundary is on the northern arm of the Mangawhai Harbour, and with the recent rains, etc., with all the open scarring of those earthworks, residents of Nestry Drive have commented in the last couple of weeks to me about they've noticed that over the last few months, the upper arm of the harbour is constantly dirty and murky. And I think there's a fairly close correlation between the amount of earthworks being done there and runoff going into the harbour. So again, it's just something that needs to be thought about before we go hard on what the final form of this policy or this plan is going to be.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things, Catherine. One is just following on from Councillor Worthy. Actually, I had made a note to ask perhaps if in the policy notation we include a reference to effects on waterways. So that's, I think, to be taken into account when considering earthworks. Number two, perhaps where you mentioned, say in a rural residential situation, even 1,000 cubic meters, say, or 1,000 square meters can actually have quite a significant, say, visual effect. Well, what about thinking of some non-regulatory tools in terms of best practice guides or whatever for the aspiring rural landowner, or something along those lines, and maybe even some, I don't know, a virtual chocolate fish for the one that does the best job, or what, but just think of some other creative ways in which we could encourage people to do the right thing in the right way, and give them some tools to know what that is. Maybe even including, I mean, every second man and his dog these days seem to have a digger, but it could start with the professional contractors, and maybe I think they possibly do have workshop type breakfast and that sort of thing to share the information and perhaps freshen up on what the best practice is to avoid harmful effects on our waterways and stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just provide a quick response to that, to say I haven't actually dived into what non-regulatory methods are out there, Councillor Vincent, but that would be good to know if regional council or even the consents team have any information that they provide to landowners doing earthwork activities. I can just see my grandfather on his digger. He thinks it's a hobby. So there's a lot of people that love digging in Kaipara.
Yep. Councillor Larson, then Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just want to come back to the point that you yourself raised earlier about the problems with drainage districts and clearing drains and stuff. And I just reiterate the point that I've previously made, that we aren't here to reinvent the wheel. And if we actually refer to our existing plan, we have all these provisions that cover those eventualities, and I don't know whether you can read that there or not, but this is Rule 12.10.1a, excavation and fill in the rural zone. And it says, subject to the exclusions in section 7 below, excavation and fill is a permitted activity. And then we go across to section 7, which will be on the next page. Sorry, just bear with me while I find it. Here in section 7, that except that the following permitted activities throughout the rural zone are allowed, and that includes at part 7D, normal rural practices. Now, if you go to the definitions part of the operative district plan, normal rural practices are defined, and they include the maintenance of stop banks and drains. So you aren't caught by the earthworks volume thresholds because you have a normal rural practice that you can carry out. So we actually have answers to these problems already embedded in our existing plan, which is why I continue to try to reiterate, let's draw on what we already have, not just take stuff from other plans. And I think we could probably, a lot of these questions will have been asked in the last round of review, and the answers are provided here within the very words. Thank you.
I think that specific provision in the definition is the result of an appeal from memory.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That information is captured. Thank you. Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, for the first time today, we're hearing from you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to comment on what Councillor Curnow mentioned about the cumulative effects and Councillor Wethy's concerns about fill, and just mention that I think that Kaipara should not lean too much towards the permissive side with their volumes, because yes, diggers can do a lot of damage, and you know, I appreciate that you want to be we need to have an enabling plan, so that's quite good for the industrial sites, but for rural, I was also thinking about farm tracks, and how maintaining existing farm tracks is also an area that I know can be abused, because where indigenous vegetation has regrown over the last 50, 80 years, what could be used under the guise of farm track maintenance could actually be quite another agenda altogether. So just wondering how council monitors unconsented rural volumes.
Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, I think we probably need to have a look at the ancillary rural earthworks, which is what Councillor Larson was just referring to with the normal rural practices. But at the moment, they do permit, they would make it permitted for farm tracks and drains, obviously with outside the flood areas. But I think it's a really tricky one. We have to be really clear about what effect we're trying to mitigate. So if it's indigenous biodiversity, for instance, I think when we come to that conversation, that's probably a good place to think about the linkages there with earthworks, and maybe having some controls in that space. If it's, obviously we've talked about the character values in the sensitive areas today, and so similar principle would apply across, you know, those areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Michael Day, comment there, and then Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to elaborate on Catherine's point there, and to respond to Councillor De La Varas Woodcock's point, unless there is a requirement for applicants / landowners to notify the council when they are undertaking unconsented earthworks, then it's very hard to actually monitor permitted earthworks across the district. So that's just a
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wills.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to support the comments that Councillor Larson just made. I'll come back to the coastal limitation being suggested at 500 kids. That coastal, under the Northern Regional Council zoning, that coastal area takes in a lot of the west coast farmland because it comes inland off the ocean, and that limit would be difficult to continue farming practices for some people, because as he touched on, the normal farming practices like maintaining your races or your drains and stuff like that, I can see why they're looking to do that where it's aesthetically having an impact, possibly around the settlements like Podo, Bailey's Beach, Glens Gully, those sort of places. But the rezone that's just been done by the Regional Council actually moves that belt a lot further inland than people may appreciate. So I like the definition of that it excludes normal farming practices on commercial farms. The other thing I want to make is that the issue is raised regarding that rural lifestyle block, and because of the considerable variety in areas, what's a reasonable area to allow? Instead of a fixed number, the other possibility is a percentage of the net area as potentially another way of looking at a limit, if you have to have a limit. So if it's a 4,000 square metre section, it's 10%. That's a lot less than 10% of a 4 hectare block, for example. And that would bring its impact back into scale. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this point, I believe we're at the end of this item and we're running, we're still 25 minutes late behind schedule, but are we at the conclusion of this item? There's an opportunity, of course, for elected members to send in written feedback on this as well. So at this point, we're going to move on. Thank you. Yep. Moving on right now to our next item, which is GMOs, page number 44 of today's agenda. And it's a long time since we've talked about GMOs at Kaipara. Catherine.
Mr. Mayor, before she speaks.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do I register a conflict of interest, seeing as I'm known for being very outspoken in my views on this matter?
Everybody has views on this matter, and the council's already made a decision which leads us into the place that we're in. And so, you know, I dare say
I'm just asking for guidance in this regard, because I have been published my opinion, so I want to just check before we continue this conversation.
Yep. So I'll go to Mr. Maris regarding keeping you safe there, if you like, regarding that.
Thank you.
Issues of predetermination, if that's your concern, Councillor Wills. Mr. Maris.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So we're currently in a briefing. The council, Mr. Mayor, is right. The council has made a decision that's been enacted. You have every right to put your viewpoint forward during this process, actually, and as long as you do have an open mind when it comes to decision making. That should do it for now.
Yeah, so open-minded when it comes to decision-making, Councillor Wills, that's the key. Otherwise, you can't be part of a decision. So, Councillor, Catherine, but we're trying to speed the plough this afternoon, please.
All right. So, because this has already been to elected members back in August 2018, I'm kind of hopeful that you might be able to jog your memories and remember that decision, which was to adopt a similar precautionary approach to what the other councils in Northland have done. So this was actually a fairly easy set of provisions to draft because they were already drafted by the other council. So it was really just a case of picking up what they have, there were a couple of discrepancies between the Far North and Whangarei provisions and the Auckland provisions, which added in a provision in the policies around medical applications of GMO. So I've just made our policies pretty similar to Auckland's, if I'm honest. So without going through, unless you'd like me to, Your Worship, go through every single one of those, the package that I've provided is effectively the same as other councils. So I'll just jump to the rules, which is probably where the rubber hits the road. But what we're saying, if we were to go down this road, is that we're going to be permitted activities for indoor use and research involving GMO, discretionary activities for field trials of GMO and viable genetically modified veterinary vaccines, and prohibited activities for the release of GMO. And then obviously there are standards that apply in terms of bonds, monitoring and plan costs. So the onus is really on the person making the application to council to demonstrate in all efforts and obviously provide liability assurances to council in terms of what could happen if they were to apply as a discretionary activity for field trials. So really, without labouring the points too much here, I think the big thing is if we're comfortable as a council to adopt the same provisions, unless there's something that I'm missing, I think this seems to be the state of play for the north of above Waikato, and we've got the support of the regional policy statement to put these provisions into the plan. So there's probably not much more I can add, Your Worship, to that conversation, unless you'd like to expand on that, or if there's specific questions for us, we can certainly go from there.
Okay, look, that's crystal clear. Great summary, Catherine. Thank you. I hope all elected members are clear about the journey we've been on to get us to this point. Councillor Curnow. Then Councillor Wethy.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we have asked this before, but I'm just wondering if there's any progress on the concept of the, for example, the policy which talks about them having to compensate for any adverse effects. It's like, how do you measure and how do you manage after the fact? Yeah, like if a field trial got out and spread and started causing damage, how do you measure? And if they put a bond, is that all that we'd be asking for? Or I'm just wondering what the consequences of an adverse event in this space would be, and does this policy actually cover that?
Yeah, I think to answer that question, Councillor Curnow, I think that if a resource consent was required, it would more than likely be publicly notified, particularly a discretionary activity. And I would suspect that there'd be quite a thorough investigation at that stage based on what the conditions should entail. And I think it really depends on what the issue is, in terms of that application. I mean, I think this is still a very new space for a lot of councils, and there has, as far as I'm aware, and Mike and Paul feel free to chip in, but as far as I'm aware, we're still lacking in a little bit of direction from central government EPA in this space. So take on your point. I think it is quite concerning, but the fact that we have provisions to at least pause and look at an application and hopefully make the right determinations around that. I think if we were one of the first councils to have to deal with it, everyone else would be looking at us, and vice versa for the other councils. Michael or Paul, did you have anything in addition to that? Because I know Paul's been heavily involved in the GMO scene here in the north. I was merely a bystander down in Waikato because we didn't have an RPS to support our direction. So, Paul, did you have any comments on the consenting side of this?
On the standards, on GMO standard 2 bond requirements, and then it says that matters will be considered when determining the amount of the bond and etc. It has to be calculated. and that is then what the bond is. And to my mind, the penalty would be calculated in the same way to clean it up, what that cost is going to be. There are the few cases where stuff has gone out of field are so few, and those were rectified by the, call it, perpetrator, without us knowing what really the cost was. But that would be a calculation to determine what the bond is if somebody would apply for this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kuno. That should have answered your question perfectly. We're moving on now to Councillor Wethy, and then Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, then Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, Catherine, just on that last slide you had, I'm just wondering, you know, as a permitted activity, if I'm an applicant and I want to do some inside research into some GMO of some sort, okay, it's a permitted activity. That is successful. So I want to do a controlled field trial, and that's a discretionary activity, which I present all of the plan and it's approved. So I do that. And then I say, well, everything's gone very, very well up until now. I've got all the results I wanted. Everything's been controlled. I now want to go and put it out through my farm or whatever. But when it comes to spreading it, it's a prohibited activity. So if that's what you're intending, I can't see the point of doing the first two steps.
The intention is then, with all that evidence that you have, plus the evidence that there's no harm, then you have to do a plan change to actually write that into the district plan. You are entitled to do those particular aspects. So if that discretionary activity shows that this is without harm, this is to the advantage of science, to the advantage of production, etc., then you can apply for that to be released at that particular point in time. You do a plan change, and yes, you might have support, and yes, you might have a whole lot of objections to that as well. At that stage, council will have to decide, are we going to step over that threshold and allow the plan change, because the evidence is there that it is not harmful. And that is why they do the plan change at that particular point in time.
Okay, so in other words, what you've answered my question, the plan changes the route to go beyond the first two steps. Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Yeah, my questions are just, I put them in my chat, but I'll ask them anyway. I'm just confirming, Catherine, that these activity statuses do not undermine the precautionary approach that we adopted in 2018, and that they also include gene editing, not just modification of the gene.
Good questions. I think to answer the first one, these are exactly the same provisions as you would have had in front of you back in 2018, because these were what other councils were implementing through the working party that evolved those provisions. The gene editing one, I'm not sure. Paul, do you have an answer for that one?
During the hearing at Whangarei as well as Far North, and partially during the hearings of the regional policy statement, this particular question was debated, and the experts were asked if gene editing and GMOs could fall under the same definition, and it was decided at that point in time, yes, that is genetic modification, includes gene editing. And I'm not saying that that opinion at that particular point in time will still hold water. It has not gone through the court processes, but that's the understanding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quickie. In terms of somewhere in the documentation, whether it's as an issue part of the issue statement or one of the proposed objectives, is there the potential to discuss the potential for economic benefits arising from us being labelled as part of a GE-free part of the country in relation to international markets?
It's a really good point there, Councillor Vincent. I'd have to think about that one because that's certainly not included in the package at the moment in terms of what other councils are doing. But I see where you're coming from. Yeah, we'd probably just have to take that one away and have a bit more of a think about that one.
Yeah, okay,
Your Worship, the interesting one is the evidence that was given in both Whangarei and Far North was from a evidence-based, and that's in the section 32, that actually debates the pros and cons. Is there economic value or isn't there economic value in this particular aspect of producing GMOs or being GMO-free? Those particular aspects were debated by the economists and is included in their evidence as well as in section 32. And the answer of the economist was there is a label that is to the advantage to say it is GE-free. The other side of the economists say it could adjust the production of certain things, and that could have higher production, higher income. That has got a positive economic influence as well. So the matter was debated on both sides, and it was decided in that particular case that the precautionary approach and the economic well-being and the economic advantages were towards non-GE provisions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's clear. Question from me, and it links to some of your answers you just provided. The government is going to end up making a statement about GMO, gene editing, genetically modified organisms, and the use of them in New Zealand. They really haven't so far. They're going to, because they're going to need to, because if nothing else, everyone who's just had a COVID jab has been injected with a GMO. But the issue that I'm raising here really is if and when they do that, what cascade effect would that have to our provisions that we're putting in here? If they say that gene editing, the CRISPR technology for gene editing is okay to get rid of myrtle rust and to get rid of Kauri dieback disease and to get rid of possums and rats, say, from the environment, or the mosquito fish from Kaiwi Lakes, for example, that if they were to say that and that they do that, where do we stand with what we're looking at here with this district plan?
Your Worship, in a unitary state as New Zealand is, the central government is supreme, Parliament is supreme, and we are just at the bottom of that particular list. If the decision is X, then we have to follow through and we have to implement X as such. When we get to the topic of hazardous substances as well as contaminated sites, this particular argument will come up again, because there they have made certain decisions. But yes, we will have to implement. The question still remains, how do we implement that? If the precautionary approach is still going to be precautionary but implemented, that is what we will have to decide at that particular point in time. But if that's the discussion and the decision of government, it will filter through down to territorial authorities, and we have to give effect to that.
Thank you. So thank you. Thanks. That's clear. Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Paul. I might have missed it, but do we actually have any statutory obligation to have this chapter in the plan?
So, Councillor Larson, we obviously have our functions under Section 31, and there's been actually, Paul, you've probably got a bit more to say on the whole function, and because of your involvement in the Whangarei plan, do you want to just talk to that point, because I think that's the question is around.
The interesting one is Section 31, the particular aspect that deals with hazardous substances, has dramatically been changed. Certain things have been deleted as a direct function of both the regional council as well as the district council. That function has been deleted and has been taken up to the Environmental Protection Agency. However, and that is why I come to the point where the debate is, whatever comes from the top, we have to implement, and the question is, how do we implement that? In the case of hazardous substances, they have taken over the control, and we, strictly speaking, only have the work safe inspection part left over. But when we get to the hazardous substances, you will hear evidence and you will hear statements regarding to there are certain things that government looks at a very wide angle, while in the district looks at a more detailed angle on those particular aspects. With GMO, there is no decision at this particular point in time. So our precautionary approach, we can go full out with that particular aspect under the hazardous substances. But if government comes under hazardous substances and decide, and remember that government has got the ability to prohibit the import of genetic modified organisms, and they can decide when it is a genetic modified organism for import. But if it's locally produced, government hasn't stated anything yet, and therefore we can provide for those aspects. If government decides to regulate regarding to that, we have to decide in which way we are going to implement this. The important part is, and again, we're getting to that point where we deal with hazardous substances, and we've got a consultant specifically working on that to say, government has this on the larger scale. We look at it in the detailed scale, and we think we should provide or should not provide for certain things. So that is a discussion that we are going to have at that point in time as well.
I think just to add to that though, Paul, those cases in Whangarei in terms of the Northern Regional Plan and the jurisdiction of Whangarei and NRC, so that those were the ones where they toyed with whether councils had a role to play in this issue. So if you have a read at those, if you're interested in the background, they really debated and decided obviously on whether council had a role to play in terms of Section 31. Yeah, it's interesting, but remember too, the purpose of the Resource Management Act is obviously to look after natural physical resources in our district. So we have to, like Paul was saying, we've got to bring it back to, is it appropriate for our district and our plan, and can we relate it to an RMA effect? So yeah, hopefully that provides some context there.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I guess just given that genetic modification is so common in our medicine and food chain now, and that, you know, pollen grains and pollinating organisms don't obey the boundaries of territorial authorities. The comment about us sort of using a claim of being GE free as a marketing ploy seems like it might be a bit hard to use. A rhetorical statement more than anything, but yeah.
Thank you. So interesting uptick on which for us to leave with a big question. I think we're at the end of this item now, but hopefully we've provided sufficient direction for the team, Catherine, Paul, on this point. But it was 3 years ago when this was last properly discussed by the council. So It's good to see this coming through again. Thank you. At this point, we're at item number 9 on the agenda. We were due to be taking a break at this time on the clock. My question to people is, I'm in your hands. Do you want to do the temporary activities section and then break? Or do you want to take a break now and then push hard through 3 sections to conclude at 4 p.m? I'm in your hands. Which way do you want to go?
Oh,
First option.
Go hard now?
Yep.
Yep. Keep it rolling. Okay, thank
Carry
you.
on one more.
So temporary activities. So we need to be going even faster now, Catherine, because you've
All
got
right, no
1
pressure.
hour in which to get through 3 titles plus a break. Okay,
Okay.
we've got to have a break as well. Thank you.
Sure thing. All right, so this should be enough. Oh,
Yep. Yeah,
sorry.
go, Catherine.
Yep. So temporary activities is probably not a biggie either. It's one I do hope for a bit of direction around though, because obviously we have many temporary activities that occur across Kaipara. So thinking about the types of things here, I've just made a mention of the economic, social and cultural well-being of people and communities, and some of these temporary activities include cultural events, concerts, markets, sports events, and I've put art and craft displays. So in some cases, bylaws may apply to some activities. So just depending on what the activity is, there might in fact be a bylaw for some of those things already. Temporary activities obviously can have the potential to generate noise effects and effects on traffic. And when we think about parking and effects on roads, I'm sure you can picture that one. So because it's quite a nice, easy-ish topic, I've streamlined the objectives to really just say what we want to do here in Kaipara, which is enable temporary activities and to manage and minimise the adverse effects, and those effects being the amenity and character and traffic safety. So to match that in terms of how we get there with the policies, so promote temporary activities that positively contribute to the social, cultural and economic well-being of people and communities across Kaipara, and then adverse effects associated with temporary activities are managed. And provide for temporary motorsport events in the general rural production or industrial zones. Just on that one, Mike actually did query that one with me, and the reason I did include that in the draft set was purely because there are some types of activities that happen, like motocross trail bike rides, or for instance maybe a one-off drag race or stock car event in some of those zones. Most clubs and things do have their own resource consents or existing use rights anyway, so this would just be for kind of one-off. And then the other one is provide for temporary military training, temporary emergency training and activities, and temporary network utilities. So just in terms of the rules, very straightforward in terms of permitted activities. So we're saying no more than 3 times within a consecutive 12-month period. That's consistent with what we have in the plan. Actually, no, we don't have anything in the plan at the moment. This is consistent with what other plans do, and has a duration less than 72 hours and operates between 7:30 and 9 p.m. I did want some direction around that, because some plans do stop activities around kind of 7 or 8 o'clock. So depending on what you think is appropriate in terms of effects. Our noise rules go hand in hand with this, and I'll just make a mention of that because we haven't had input yet from our noise expert. We've just got our noise expert on board who will have a look at this. There could be some implications in terms of their perspective on the rules, but generally, you know, whether they think that 9 p.m. is too late, I'm not sure yet. So I've put that in there at the moment. Temporary structures are not erected more than 2 days prior to the event and removed 3 days after the event. And that seems pretty reasonable given most things are usually complied with there. And then the site is returned to original condition within 3 days. And then I've just put another provision around not having direct site access from state highways or regional arterial roads, and that's just really to manage the safety effects there.
Yep. Now, Catherine, all the elected members were sent this PowerPoint presentation as well as the agenda. So there's probably no need to go through it in huge detail. We're trying to catch up the time here.
Yep. I'll stop there then.
So the key that we've really got is what's new and what already existed. What's new? I think you've pointed out some of these permitted activities here. Yeah. But the key for us is to just be hearing from elected members here. So Councillor Wethy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just on that condition you put in there, Catherine, where you're talking about things are permitted, providing the activity occurs no more than 3 times within a consecutive 12-month period. So just tell me how this would apply to, for example, the Mangawhai domain. That area is bounded by residential on 2 sides, and it has a number of events each year which require traffic management plans, etc., but it certainly would be expected to hold more than 3 a year. In fact, I'd like to see it hold 1 every month. So according to what you've put here, they would be prohibited doing any more than 3 a year.
So to answer that question, I think I'm not sure whether there's a management plan for the domain. You probably know more than I do. Generally, sites like that are established for events happening a lot usually have existing use rights, a resource consent, or they might have a reserve management plan or something other than that to manage them. But that's a site I wouldn't imagine would fall under the temporary events for the site itself. I think that one, yeah, because it's anticipated they've got lots of events happening there all the time. That when it was established, they must have thought about how that would impact on the residential environment around it.
That one assumption you said about when it was established, they probably thought about it, is probably where you made the wrong assumption. I suspect that was miles away from their thinking. But what I'm saying is here, there's no single event that's going to occur 3 times or more. They're all individual, unique events. Like I can name them, like the annual gala, the motor show thing at Easter, the Kuiper Dog Club's field trials. So they're all individuals on their own right. They only occur once a year, but collectively the domain will be hosted. And so I just want to make sure that when we've got these, and there's probably a whole lot across the district that fall into a similar camp, that we don't make it restrictive on them holding these events. That's all.
Yeah, good point. I'm not sure what the zoning is there too, because sometimes the zoning has a bearing on providing, in a, for instance, reserve or open space, as it will become in the new plan. So yeah, I can definitely check that one out.
Check it out, but it is right adjacent to residential. This, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks so much for all your work today, guys. We're slogging through it, but we're getting there, definitely. I have a question. Well, actually, first of all, Councillor Wethy, can you send me the dates of those dog trials? I want to be there.
I'll send you the head Sarang. She can liaise directly with you.
Oh, sounds like a dream. In regards to the times, the 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Because this is all new, right? I've got that right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So how would that affect, say, something like the Northern Base Festival, which has been going on for years now? And I'm too old; I've never actually been. But how far into the night do they normally go? Would this affect their?
Yeah, so I believe, I haven't been, but I have had friends that do the boom boom music, my brother included, unfortunately. So I think it does go past midnight, and I do believe they have a consent for that. But I
Has
can
a
check that out.
comprehensive resource consent.
Yes,
it does.
is. Very much so.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And by the same token, the rally that used to come through, you've talked specifically here about the motorsport events. Some of that was early in the morning.
the event or the
Yes.
yeah
Yeah, and the signage issues and so on and so on. Again,
yeah
so we wouldn't want to preclude anything.
yep. I think with the rally events, I had to think about this because that's obviously something that Kuiper's had in the district for many years, and I personally loved going out on the side of the road in the mornings and watching them zooming around. But I think those, because they're on roads, it's managed between the councils and probably other organisations that step into those. So thinking about activities that happen on sites, I guess, is probably the key one here, because so if we think about I don't know, say for example, the farm next door to me here in Te Koupuru wants to set up a trail bike ride for all the children of the neighbourhood to come down, and it's a fundraiser event. You know, that these provisions would enable that kind of thing to happen. And you don't typically want to limit their time too much, but remembering that particularly in rural environments, people get a bit upset with motorsport events in particular, and yeah, we do have to think about those in particular, which is why those types of activities do trigger a consent, because you do end up with a lot more effects from those ones in terms of traffic movements and noise all day long. So
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Elected members, are there any further questions on this issue of temporary activities? I'm not seeing any. So let's draw a line under this one. Thank you. Thank you. Look, we've made great progress here. Well done in 10 minutes, that one. Let's take a break right now. I've got 3:06 on my clock. Let's reconvene at 3:10, and that's 50 minutes to do the final 2 sessions. Yeah. So we're aiming for a 4 p.m. completion. Thank you. See you in a minute. Ka kite. All right. We're going to be starting now with activities on the surface of water, which is page 10. So kia ora whānau, welcome back. We're at page 10 of the agenda now. Activities on the surface of water. So Catherine, we'll be hearing from you to lead us in this when you're back. Not back yet. Certainly, there is some overlap, of course, here with the Northern Regional Council.
Yes, there is, Your Worship, and I'll just jump in prior to Catherine joining us, and I'll just start by setting the scene by mentioning just because district councils have a function under Section 31 to control activities on the surface of water bodies, it doesn't mean that we have to control it in our district plan. So currently our district plan does not control activities on the surface of water bodies. And so it's up to us, up to councils on a case-by-case basis to determine whether they think it's necessary or not. So I'll just put that in your minds prior to Catherine's presentation.
Apologies, folks. The cat had a bird. It was right. Thank you, Michael. So I'm just going to dive straight into this one being we needed some direction around this one. I think, Michael, you've probably already mentioned. So just to keep it sort of short and sweet with the objective, we're looking to manage the adverse effects of ecological, natural character, recreational and cultural values of water bodies. So this is one, in terms of the policies, it's really, it comes back to kind of whether we as a Kaipara District Council want to impose any restrictions on activities on the surface of the water, and mostly these types of things might be you know, things like mai or motorcraft activities that might happen on streams or waterways. One example that I did have in the rules, and there is a little minor corrections, I had a mistake in terms of Kaiwi Lakes. I did have a rule around Kaiwi Lakes, and then we decided that in actual fact Kaiwi Lakes is so governed by its own provisions and reserve management plans and things like that, that the district plan actually didn't need to have a function there, but it's probably a space because it's also going to be an outstanding natural feature landscape that you know, maybe we wanted to think about recreational commercial operations on the surface of that water body. But I guess flicking forward to oh, sorry, I'll go back a bit, the provisions there. At the moment, I've drafted permitted activities for non-commercial recreational use of motorised craft on water bodies and discretionary activities for structures on the surface of water bodies or any other activities on the surface of the water. So really it comes back to whether we want to do anything in this space or not. While I've put together a package of rules to present today, I think there are some plans that don't even touch on this subject and others that do, and some control, for instance, districts where they've got you know, a river that's of significance to iwi, it's significant for lots of reasons, they might control the types of activities that happen on there. So when we think about rivers like the Northern Wairoa, we think about our lakes. We've got a lot of dune lakes and things that are actually on privately owned land, so the public don't typically you know, plan to do anything with those spaces anyway. So really it comes back to whether we want to impose any rules in this space or not. And so I obviously gave some examples there, but there might be things that I'm not thinking about or our team are not thinking about that you think actually that's a really important issue. So I'm just going to hand it back to you guys for a bit of discussion, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. So just It's interesting here, just at the top of this item, we've got this notion actually of we've never discussed this before in a district plan. Should it be in or out? And there's some great detail in this if it's going to be in. And so it's an interesting idea in an increasingly regulated world. Kaipara District Council open to any feedback on that or any details further down in this subject. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interesting to have it just land on us like this, but I have to go back. I think for me, I go back to the mission and the values that we adopted earlier on in our term this time around, and being climate smart and protecting our environment. And I think any opportunity that we have, I mean, they don't have to be completely restrictive rules, but I just think any opportunity that we have to be able to align what we're doing with those values is important. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there further statements here? Councillor Curnow, then Councillor Withy.
I'm not so much going to make a statement, but just say that I'll start with a little statement that I'm not averse to us doing this, but I think there needs to be more clarity. Like there's quite a lot of sort of reference to significant adverse effects, but there's not a lot of explanation as to what that actually means. And I think therein lies the difficulty is, you know, are we talking about, you know, the effect of wash on the shoreline? What are we actually talking about in terms of those adverse effects? Yeah, because people will have lots of different interpretations as to what that means. And if we're going to get into the space of regulating this, then I think we need to be clear about what we mean by it. And then, yeah, a debate can flow from there, but I think we need to be clear about what we mean by that.
It's a really difficult one as well, Councillor Curnow. You'll appreciate the functions between the regional and territorial authorities around this. You know, we only are talking about the surface of the water and not anything under it, and certainly not the bottom of it. So I guess when you think about activities that could happen, and obviously I was trying to envisage what are the kinds of activities that we might want to think about in terms of a resource consent application, if anything. And really it comes down to, you know, these motorcraft on the bodies of the water. And so I think, you know, when I was thinking about examples of that, you might get tourism operators, for instance, that might think, great, the Northern Warrow is, you know, a really good opportunity for setting up structures, not to mention boats and water sport type, you know, the what do you call them, jet ski type things. And that could happen anywhere on the harbour, if we're honest. So it was really trying to think about all those different types of things and what would they look like. Like if somebody, for instance, came to Pahi and said, you know, we would like to establish a commercial operation with a pier and boats for hire, or maybe tours, you know, what would be the effects of those activities? And remember, we're only looking at the surface of the water, so it would be any structures that sit on top of that, and perhaps any commercial aspects to utilizing, you know, the surface of the water, and whether we, you know, are concerned about those effects. So some plans talk a lot about the ecological values associated with those activities. For instance, if some of those activities are using petrol powered boats, that you know, cumulatively can have quite a nasty effect in terms of the water. But remember, we are only looking at what happens on top of the water. So again, it is a bit tricky, and I think unitary plans probably find it a little bit easier than we would, because they have that, you know, multi pronged approach, being both regional and territorial authority. But for us, it's quite a difficult one. It would have to be very clear, as you pointed out, with what we're directing our consent planners to look at, so that they're not crossing into other boundaries that they don't need to go into.
And I so yeah, I sort of go back to I just think we need to really understand what it is we're regulating here. Is it, you know, I don't know, is it bad to make waves, to have jet boats that make waves on the Wairoa River, or say Kaiwi? Someone wanted to set up a jet boat activity on Kaiwi Lake. Yeah, sort of what, yeah, and do we have the authority there therefore to regulate in that space? Because I don't really know what it is we're regulating. It's not the marine life, it's not the shoreline. What is it that we're actually regulating? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the activity that would be the bit that we're regulating, but you need to be clear about what that activity.
Why is it
that
adverse?
activity? yeah.
What are the, because it's all about the effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Thank
the
you.
activity, it's actually the effects. So yeah, anyway, that's my contribution.
Cool.
Thank you, Councillor Larson, Councillor Wethy, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Catherine, I just didn't quite understand the crossover between NRC and KDC on this matter. Like, are NRC not kind of in charge of it anyway?
Predominantly, yes. I would argue that they are. So they look after everything below the water and any structures that go into the seabed, or unless it's landward bound. Then,
As well as discharges as well.
yeah. So they're kind of looking after the ecological aspects, if you like, of the water body itself. And so really, when you think just about the top of the water, it's anything above the water would be KDC's jurisdiction effectively. That's what we're talking about, is that very narrow window of space.
Sorry, Councillor Larson, can we just hold you just for a second? So we need to get real clarity on that point. Thank you, Catherine. Michael Day, and then back to you, Councillor Larson, with your follow-on. Sorry.
Thank you, Worship. And so, as I mentioned, just because we have the ability to regulate under Section 31 does not mean that we have to regulate activities in the space. And I note that the regional plan regulates structures and water bodies such as maimais, jetties, bridges, etc., etc., etc. And we have to also ask ourselves, as Councillor Kuno has just mentioned, are there any issues right now that the current district plan is not managing sufficiently? Okay, thank you.
So we could make this really short and say we don't need this chapter. Just saying.
You could do that if you wanted to.
Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is quite a close crossover there, and I'm not going to get into it, but there was, you know, at Kaiwi Lakes, NRC seemed to be very heavily involved in activities on the water as well. So I am very much of the mind of Councillor Curnow that we shouldn't go putting things in that we haven't actually identified that we have an issue or a problem. And we've had many years of activity and we don't appear to have an issue that we need to address. And so I'm of the mind of Councillor Curnow and the Mayor to some respects. We're trying to have a simple plan. Let's not go putting in any chapters that we're not required to have or don't need to have to address an issue. And probably leads on to some of the other ones, like having a whole chapter about lighting as well, which we're going to get to. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll hold that for a moment. Councillor Wethy, Councillor Vincent. Thank you. You're on mute, Councillor Wethy.
Apologies. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty black and white on this. I don't think this is necessary at all. In fact, I think it will add a lot of confusion, particularly within the coastal areas of our district, if we suddenly start getting involved in things on the water or immediately above the water. Take, for example, Mangawhai. The Mangawhai Harbour is part of the Harbour Master's jurisdiction under the NRC. He makes the decisions on what moorings are allowed. The harbour wardens control movement on the harbour with respect to speed limits. The NRC put in the harbour restricting buoys and the illuminated buoys that mark the channels, etc. They are the ones that everyone looks to look after the management of the waterway. Similarly, when it comes to structures, every one of the structures, and I've just about walked past all of them, low tide, have got the NRC consent numbers nailed to their structure. So they're all consented by the NRC. And I could go on ad nauseum about how the NRC's, this is their patch. Now, what are we going to do? How are we going to improve it? I would say the best thing that KDC can do is put the wood on NRC to make sure that they monitor and manage what they're responsible for. Because quite frankly, that's the area I think is the greatest weakness in the whole management plan, and it probably goes to a lot of the other harbour aspects of the Kaipara Harbour as well. So I just think this is superfluous to our district plan, and I certainly concur with the others who've spoken, saying that we shouldn't put anything more on the plan that we don't need or haven't already got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm covering pretty much the same ground as everybody else. My question was going to be, what is the problem needing to be solved? Following up to that, what would be the resource requirements for monitoring any rule? And then thirdly, are there any non-regulatory tools that could be used which might help with addressing Councillor Delavaris Woodcock's concerns about invasive weeds in lakes? Now, I want you to know that I think I've been very good all day today, and it's been a long day, but I just can't help myself. There would be one purpose that would be served with having a rule controlling activities on the surface of the lake, which would be to prohibit jet skis. Thank you.
Good luck with that.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Yeah, and I'd just like to also draw everyone's attention to Councillor Delavaris Woodcock's comments in the chat line here about invasive weeds and checking for weeds and transfer of weeds into lakes and so on and so on. Again, that's the jurisdiction of the regional council in the space regarding keeping the waterways safe at an ecological level. But we're all in this together. So that is important. I think, team, you've got a clear direction here from the council. So I'm not suggesting what you could do. So you could be dropping this chapter. I would
Very
say.
clear direction, thank you, Your Worship.
So look, there's a saving. If not several thousand million trees of documentation and printing there. But look, it's worth it, you know, to be doing this. Thank you. So we're moving on. But look, we appreciate the work that's been done here. So the work is not in vain. Thank you. Only because the work has been done were we able to knock it out. Okay, so thank you. Moving on to lights, camera, action. Final item of today, item number 11 for today. Catherine, over to you, and we're on page 26 of the agenda. Again, we will have read the content here, and so you can probably jump straight to your proposed rules and policies, and also highlighting what's new.
Perfect. Yep. So probably that's a good place to start, Your Worship, I think. So there are light provisions in the plan at the moment. They're pretty generic across all of the zone chapters, and they use a 10 lux measurement, which you'll see in the draft rules that I've put forward. So here really a couple of new things though. Since we started talking about the light conversation, there's been a bit of discussion about promoting the Kaipara district for protection as a dark sky sanctuary, which you guys have probably heard about, and we did have a bit of feedback in terms of our discussion documents on this as well. Not all areas can achieve that, and I don't know personally if that is something that Kaipara can, and somebody would need to put Kaipara forward or an area forward, and that's certainly not something I'm looking at doing through this district plan. But What we can do is promote, trying to keep parts of Kaipara, for that if that is something that were to eventuate, because obviously there's implications from built development on that if Kaipara were to become recognised for Dark Sky Sanctuary. So I think that's just a topic of conversation. Certainly would like a bit of direction and thoughts on whether you think that's necessary in the district plan. I think the key ones though are protect the amenity values of sensitive receiver areas, and some examples of this are our commercial and industrial activities. And if anyone's sort of driven past the meatworks at night in Dargaville, you'll know there's significant light spill generally from industrial type activities that are operating around the clock. So that is something that does need to be considered in the district plan. And the other aspect to that is things like directional lighting and things that people often use for security can sometimes cause issues into residential properties if not managed carefully. So that said, predominantly the district plan needs to enable lighting, and so the policies there are really around just making sure that we're providing for lighting to happen in the zones, but thinking about managing where it's an issue. So like I mentioned, there are certain zones that generate more light than others in certain activities. Certainly not wanting to manage rural activities. For instance, lots of contractors will do temporary night haymaking, silage making, that kind of stuff. We certainly don't want to be controlling them in the district plan. But yeah, just some activities to think about there. So the rules are very straightforward. Effectively, they rely on a New Zealand standard for controlling obstructive effects of outdoor lighting. And then, as I mentioned, I'm looking to roll over that maximum light spill of 10 lux, which is measured vertically and horizontally in terms of its illuminance. I did ask George, our monitoring team leader, whether he has any issues in terms of light in the district, and it's not been a problem for Kaipara, but we don't have that many activities that generate nuisance effects at the moment. But that's not to say that won't happen in the next 10 years. So I think there is a good argument to keep these provisions in. You can argue around the 10 lux. Some plans are more restrictive than 10, particularly if they're trying to control those effects in particular sensitive receiver environments. I didn't think that was appropriate for Kaipara, because unless there's a specific reason why we need to go lower than that, I would probably need some technical assistance with that, but we didn't think it was necessary. And the other aspect to that is really it's measured between 10 o'clock and 7 in the morning. So yeah, hopefully, and in terms of where that falls, if you don't meet that rule, it's restricted discretionary. So you're probably more than likely going to get consent granted. It's just a case of maybe putting a sheath on the lighting, or showing council how you're going to manage those nuisance effects of lighting if it's an activity that is going to cause issue. So I think back to the floor there. Yeah, just thoughts and ideas on light, because I think it is a topic that I think needs to be in the plan, but keen to hear your thoughts, and if you think it's obsolete, well, we can look at that too.
Councillor Larson and Councillor Curnow.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just kind of thought that a whole chapter on lighting was excessive. If we needed to have some restriction on lighting that was already just a rule in the zones, then we could have just had that. I don't think we want to make too much of it. I think that's
Yeah, Councillor Larson, the only reason it sits in the general district-wide chapter like this is simply because of the National Planning Standards template. It used to be a rule just sitting within the zone chapters, so it is a little bit of a change in that regard.
okay. Thanks.
Councillor Curnow, Councillor Wethy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I totally agree with the intentions to reduce our lighting impact. But I think I'm not sure whether the dark sky sanctuary ambition it should be in the district plan. I think it might be something that we investigate. I've just done a quick Google on it, and there are only 2 at the moment there's 2, possibly 3. There's Great Barrier, Stewart Island, and Mackenzie that have dark sky status. And so I don't know whether we should be putting it in the district plan, because I don't know whether we'd want the whole of Kaipara to try and do that, or whether there's maybe Poto, might be, or so maybe there's a part of Kaipara that does that. So I think that's maybe a separate project. There are certainly other districts that are looking at this, and there's a whole process to go through. So I just don't know whether we should be putting it in the district plan. But other than that, I support the chapter being in, because I do think there's a great benefit in terms of reducing light spill. And I'm just thinking that as Kaipara moves into this, or is in this big growth space, and we know in Mangawhai we're going to be having a big supermarket, and the big supermarkets tend to be open later, and they're quite bright places, and so we're coming into a time when we might be experiencing different lighting pressures than we have in the past. And so I think it's useful to have something in the district plan that governs that, but maybe not the dark sky stuff, because I think that might just be something we do outside. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Weddy and Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, look, as someone who many, many years ago managed large mill complexes which operated 24/7, we've got to remember, why do we have lighting in the first place? And the primary reason is safety and security. And so I think whatever we do, if we include a chapter in the district plan on lighting, it should be quite clear that commercial and industrial zones within the district should be given exemptions from any restrictions, because the fundamental reason that you have lighting of a high illumination in those areas is to keep the people who are working through the night and on shift safe, or alternatively the property secure. If you have retail areas such as, for example, let's say Mangawhai Central and New High Street, that shuts down to low illumination at night, you're probably going to have all sorts of problems associated with trying to protect that property. So I think, again, I'd be happy to look at perhaps reducing lighting across other zones, but let's keep the fundamental focus of lighting in the industrial and commercial areas to make sure it achieves what it's designed to do, which is basically safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wills.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from a comment that was made before about dark sky and the suggestion, for example, Poto. That's a classic example where it wouldn't apply, because the lights of Auckland are only 35 k's away, so there's never a dark sky down at Poto. Yeah. And if you're taking that as one of the most isolated spots, then that's actually, I'm sorry, but it's not. This is something that a special interest group would approach us for and ask for us to support, but we don't have any great astronomy facilities or anything like that that would suggest that it's even a suitable site for such activities. So I'm speaking against even that being a consideration in this district plan. And the lighting consequences, I understand what was said before about the impact, but I struggle to justify us having more and more regulations in a district that we agreed as a council to create an enabling society for employment and the creation of work, when a number of these proposals that come in today that I've been sitting here quietly listening to have all been trying to limit any innovation or development or growth. Anyway, that's my I've been quiet through this whole process, but it's the number of rules that have been recommended or suggested is excessive for the size of our council and what we're trying to achieve as a group when we had our vision statement established back at the start. Thank you.
Thank you. That's why we're involved in today, Councillor Wills, is to help create and steer the plan. I'd also like to endorse Councillor Wills's perspective regarding the dark sky issue. The light pollution at Tinapai, Poto and Matakohi as you face south from Auckland is significant. From Pahi as you look towards Auckland. So for large parts of Kaipara district, our proximity to Auckland is, of course, makes it very, very challenging indeed. Lovely idea, but challenging. I think it should be someone else's idea and not something for the district plan. I think that yeah, it's not something we can do as a neighbour to Auckland, really. So I'd say taking that out and endorsing Councillor Wethy's comments about security and safety, health and safety in the workplace regarding lights. But otherwise it all should be quite simple, actually. Yeah, less is more. Because as well, if you note that council, for example, in the last 3 years has changed all the street lights to I was going to say to LED lights from halogen, so the light pollution is significantly less than what it used to be, and so on and so on and so on. So the technology keeps shifting as well. So we are improving. Councillor Larson, your hand is raised.
Thanks. I'm getting a tired arm. I'm going to take it down. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further statements on this matter? Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Yeah, I listened to everybody's comment, but I think that you're missing the bloody point, excuse my language, because the staff have included for our contemplation, not to be prohibitive on development or stuff, but just actually taking back Councillor Wilson Collins' comment about what do we stand for, what's our vision, and the last item, and we have to recognise and cherish the fundamental aspects of kaipara that we have that no one else has. And we, you know, I'm not in the harbour area. I don't have spill from Auckland where I am. I've got blissful blackness at night time, and that is something that has merit and value, especially in this developed world where people are becoming more urbanised. And if we want people to come from Auckland for respite from their urban pressures, perhaps they'll be choosing to come to Kaipara because they can actually look at the starscape and appreciate things like comets and stuff, or even satellites. So, I mean, think a little bit more deeply. The staff are putting stuff for us to think we you know, what's different about Kaipara? Let's celebrate that. And it's not, it doesn't necessarily have to be laboring with rules and regulations everywhere, but just to say, you know, that blackened areas or areas that don't have streetlights, that's the whole of the rural, Tangatiroria area, Aranga area, all of these places, they've got no streetlights. We have no, you know, urban centres. Make something of it. So there you go. That's my say.
All right, thank you. That's a different opinion for you as well. So, and the passionately delivered as well. So hopefully, policy team, you have a clear direction from the council on this subject.
Thank you, Your Worship, we do, and thank you so much for the hard work you've done today. There's been a whole heap of topics to get through, and you've diligently gone through it and got through it all on time. So thank you from a staff perspective.
Look, thank you. This brings us to the end of the briefing on the district plan review. There's a colossal amount of work that's behind all of this and in all of this. I'd like to commend the team, Michael, you and your team, Catherine and Paul, for your patient delivery of all of this work with us as elected members. And I'd also like to thank the elected members for their patience and tenacity in holding to the course during today. It's been another one of those gargantuan e-meetings of nearly 7 hours in length, and it's just absolutely mind-numbingly painful to have to concentrate as hard as we all are through this. But congratulations everybody for getting through today. It's been a real great exercise, and we're all better for it, and hopefully the district plan is in a better and clearer looking place for what we've done today. Of course, there's an opportunity for elected members to provide additional written feedback if they want to elaborate on anything further. The invitation would be to copy all the other elected members into that when you're sending it to Michael Day. But look, I'd like to thank everyone again, and the team, well done for a very clear presentation to us today. I'm going to close the meeting with a karakia. Before I do so, Mr. Maris, is there any further comment from you as the General Manager lead of the policy team in this space, or from Louise Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship. Hey, look, no, look, I really do appreciate all the hard work you've gone through today and the feedback you've given. It's not easy. There's a lot to get through. Of course, our staff are working really hard, and they will put things in front of you. And the whole point is to get your feedback. So that point was made towards the end of today. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll continue on looking toward the next briefing as well. Appreciate the opportunity, Your Worship.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Closing now with a karakia. Thank you. Kia tau ngā manaakitanga ati me ngaro ki runga ki teina a tātou kia mahia te hua makihi te koi te kupu, toi te mana, toi te araha, toi te rea Māori, tihei Māori ora.
Kia ora.
Bye, everybody. Keep well out there.
Yeah, stay well. Alert level 3 continues.